right, let's get this going underway. I'd like to call this January 3rd budget meeting of the Georgia Select Board to order. Will all join me in saying the pledge, reciting the pledge. Oh, that got me all, come off my, on the back foot. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so really our main job is to trim this thing down to size. Let's see, but we also have a couple of warrants. So we have the meeting minutes from the 27th for approval. Now I'm looking at that, and this is pretty short.
Yeah, it was just our budget meeting.
Okay, this was the budget meeting from the 27th.
Yeah.
General.
Yeah,
Okay.
we only approved minutes during budget meetings for previous budget meeting.
All right, that makes sense to me then. Do we see any corrections that need to be made to this, this record?
Let me see.
So we usually schedule.
It's all in order for me.
I move approval of the select board budget meeting of December 27th.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, so next is warrant number 34, which you also have there in your packet. Does anybody see any expenditures that they have questions about?
So are we doing this warrant now, and will there be a warrant on Monday too?
There will still be there'll
Could
probably
possibly be one.
probably two warrants on Monday.
I'm sorry not to go back. I know this is a little late, but. And I know this was said in the minutes. But it looks like under the budget discussion, we talked about the budget for the library, and while we did say the select board will look at the final budget and see if this is possible. But then we go on to say currently the library has not spent their impact fees for the year. Now, I know that comment was said, but didn't we recently learn that they did in fact spend them? Or is that still an accurate statement?
That is a very accurate
Okay,
statement.
perfect.
Okay,
Excellent.
and even if it was inaccurate, the question is, was it said?
Yes, exactly.
All right,
So we need to correct that?
No,
No.
no.
so we are back to the warrant.
And the total on this warrant is $34,501.87. It's supposed to print two-sided, but. it didn't.
So I only have one side.
Yeah, that's the original. Everybody else now.
There's another page to this.
I only have one more.
It's the signature page with a
Oh,
total
okay.
of $34,501.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Yeah, that's
So
all it is.
I do want to comment on the A. Alston Gilman for $2,857.39. I made a gentleman very, very happy today. Bonnie and I have been working on getting rid of things in the checkbook that don't belong there. He had an overpayment of his taxes of that amount since 2020 that had been paid to him, and the check was never cashed.
Oh, wow.
So
And did he just not lose a check or?
I have no idea what happened, but when I called him today, he was like, what? I said, yeah, today's your lucky day, dude.
Nice, that's awesome.
What's the person's name?
Alston Gilman, Joe Gilman.
All right.
Yeah, 2,800, that's pretty nice, all of a sudden, be told it's there if you want.
Happy holidays.
What's the Burlington Communications lighting for bulkhead? $3,200. Cause Burlington Communications, they're a IT company, right?
Small tools and equipment is what you put over.
Do you want me to go-
For the garage? So let me see.
Yeah, it just
Can you
seems
go with
interesting, because Burlington Communications is a IT consultant phone vendor.
So this is Burlington Communications Service Center. Town equipment, is this for radio
Okay,
that Todd bought?
yeah, unfortunately, it says lighting for
Well,
bulkhead
it
under
says
invoice description
bulkhead
now.
and flange mount lighting. Installation of new base radio, but down here it does say lighting,
Would it be,
so that's the.
Yeah, I mean,
For
as long as it's a
clarification
legitimate
there.
voice, it was just curious, cause it just struck me as odd for it to say lighting.
The part
Yeah,
right down
it's
here says lighting.
Well, I'm looking at the invoice, just the actual invoice description just says lighting, but. Yeah, it looks like
I'll change it
only,
to
honestly,
radio.
only $75 of it is lighting, the rest is, you know. Antenna mounting kits, coaxial cable. Yeah, so we may wanna just, I don't know, can we adjust the description or do we
I can
control
have her
that?
put it in there, yeah, I can have her put it in, but radio versus lighting. so
Yeah,
then we know what
just,
they're getting.
yeah, just.
So can I just make a note on, not the one you're gonna sign, but on the other one that I gave you, for the backing.
You want this one? I got one.
Yeah, this one right here.
Oh, nice, oh, this is the double-sided one.
That's the one you're gonna sign.
Alright. Yeah.
so maybe we can get a motion to approve this with the correction?
Well, what is, just a question, and what is the Joanne uniforms? What was, is that, who is that for?
The town
Highway
guys
garbage.
ordered sweatshirts.
I assumed it was fire department.
Hmm?
I assumed it was the fire department. There's some snazzy-
Yeah, I mean, we provide uniforms for the town garage, but I mean. Discreet that, I don't. I just feel like they're spending money, cause it's the end of the year, or the end of the budget. To get things they may or may not need.
They don't wear the uniform tops, they only wear the uniform pants.
So. Should we look into UniFirst and see if they can provide just pants?
They do provide just pants, that's what we're paying for, we're not paying.
Oh, okay.
So they order the tops, they wear their own tops, but we only pay for the cleaning of the pants.
Alright. Alright,
Alright, so can I get a motion to approve, budget, warrant number 34 with the corrections on the lighting and the bulkhead?
Yeah, sure. I'll make a motion to approve warrant number 34 with the correction to invoice description for Burlington Communications.
Alright, do we have a
Second.
second? Okay, all in favor?
I,
Aye.
And you want us to sign this one, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You have a public comment there, Ken? Alright. So we are now into the dispatch contract.
Well, we have one more, budget, board meeting to approve, don't we? It's the 3rd of January. Oh, that's today, yeah.
Let's see.
I'm looking at the agenda. Sorry about that.
moving ahead on us,
You don't
Carl,
make it-
moving ahead. Don't you wish it was
The
already
meeting's already
tomorrow?
over, okay, so.
Yay.
I hope you're locked in, it's gonna be a long night tonight.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, we have a lot to do.
Let me know if you want to order.
Oh, I'm sure we'll need.
I can send my kid out to get this.
Nice.
So one of the concerns, that has been floating around was the, budget for the library and what was going on there. I can tell you how things are sugaring out. I'm getting information as I specifically ask for it. And I'm getting to do the entries to fix this budget.
Okay.
So I just got off the phone with Chip. because one of the things that they want to happen is kind of sort of complicated. It, they have an expense in the, general fund part of their budget, the 1.7, for the books that they purchased, the adult books and the children's books. And the email said that they wanted those books, to be purchased out of impact fees. So it's not quite that simple of just making a general journal entry. I've got to go through and deduct the little impact fees because they're in there just like they were in the town report, the onesie twosies. I've got to make those until I come up with either the final amount on what they have in impact fees or the amount of the books.
Is
Either one.
is that going to impact us working on the 2024 budget in any way?
I think that we need to look at the library as, kind of a moving target at this point. It's really,
As in the.
That's really not a
2024
great
budget,
answer.
or where they're ending in 23.
where they need to be budgeted for 2024, so that we're not in this position again. Is kind of what I'm getting at, because my understanding is, the grant revenue is not gonna be the same. So, and they're not gonna have the impact fees to rely on to purchase any books.
Okay,
And I'm not sure what the definitive answer is with the salaries. Doug, did we get a good answer on what they had?
No.
and has this been uploaded to SharePoint with the read-only rights yet? So the board members can open it and actually review it?
I did not do it before I was on vacation, so I don't know if it got done,
Yeah, I'm sure it didn't.
so.
Can we upload this file and make it read-only and then share
Yeah,
it with
should be able to.
fellow board members, please?
So what's in the salary line, definitely, I mean, it has, basically two salaries in it. So if you look up here at there's that salary and that salary, so there's two salaries that are showing up in that. That we were given.
Okay.
None of the other salaries are in there.
Yeah, I'm not, yeah, the 24 must be the associate director, assistant director, or whatever, the assistant librarian. I'm guessing that's what that one is.
So I guess my question is, what hatches can we batten down today? Is the
Yeah.
library gonna continue to, are we basically gonna have to wait till next week for the library and then just work with what we have? Is
And
that
should
what
we
I'm
be
hearing?
inviting them to the final budget meeting? You know, like we've done with Keith and the fire department, we extended an invitation to them, but I think that one's gonna be pretty easygoing. I think they were one of the few that actually came in under budget,
Mhm.
or under our 5% threshold that we set. At least what they submitted to us, whether or not it's like that now through NEMRIC or not.
I think before that it was I wanna say it was 20. Right now it's showing up at 22.
I thought when they submitted it to us based on, when I was looking at their,
But the reason why it's different is again, the costs for the, holiday pay, or not the holiday pay, what do we have in there that's changed?
Well, we added the benefit.
exactly, so if you were to
Yeah.
back that out, since that wasn't in there previously.
I don't think it's 20. I think theirs was up about. Oh, I can tell you, here, let me back it out, hold on.
If I can look at what they sent us.
Yeah, I have it. And I'm still waiting on Keith to get back to me, unless he got back to one of you around the computer line item.
No,
So there's 6,000 in there. And I'm trying to move some of that over into the IT support line, because they wanna have our IT take over. So we'll pull it out of there, just put it in the IT line. I just don't know exactly what those numbers are gonna flush out to be yet. I was asking to bring that back.
Yeah, I'm showing last year's voter approved was 257, 179. And then the 12-month 2024 budget that he submitted for fire and rescue was 295, 2. I don't know if that's still.
Yeah, and I don't know where the 295 to, cause I'm at 279, 309. By
Okay,
taking
so
out,
less.
by taking out this, just the yellow, which should have been in his number. So if it's, what did you say it was?
295, 2, but this is based on the document that he submitted to us, so I don't know if everything that's here has been input into that.
Right, so that's like 13%. This one here is about 8%.
But that's inclusive of putting the debt back in there, right?
No, with the debt in there, it's 22.3%. You can't really follow this number here right now because we're moving things around. So where this is up now, the other line item is down, so,
Yeah, so it's a wash.
yeah.
Some
Some of it's a wash.
Yeah, well, and that's what we need, I guess when we're looking at this stuff too, we need to take that into account as we're going through each department.
Right,
because-
the colored items are stuff we've moved.
Correct,
So
so I
those-
guess before we chop, we should just see what is the real impact, not including.
Right.
These things that we've moved around,
Right.
and then let's scroll down to the bottom number.
So the real impact here is around 8 to 9%.
Okay, and let's go all the way down to the big number, the most important one, which is where do we sit?
Did you put that in?
That's in the top, it's in the top.
Yeah, you can just see how we are, so we're. Right here. Is this the number?
No, it's the one on the top right there where he's pointing to.
It'd be this number here,
Yeah, but what percentage of, what is that?
and that's, I don't believe that number.
Well, I remember we were quite excited last week.
We're at 104.79,
Yeah,
I think it was. something like that.
but we still had, didn't we still have like 17 grand or something for the library to put back in?
Yeah, and we took out the 100,000 from the paving. That's how we got down to the 104.
Well, I thought we got under 100 when we,
I
Well,
thought it was 104.
this is down, basically.
yeah. Yeah, from the previous year, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Which is why I'm saying I don't think this is accurate,
Okay.
unless you guys did some major cutting, there's no way you cut the budget at 3% from last year.
Well, we took out $100,000. If you look at, Public Works. You look at paving.
Oh, sorry.
Public Works, or it's under highway?
it's under highway.
Sorry. Pretty sure we scalped the,
We took a certain amount of money out of there.
yeah.
And then we're gonna use the ARPA funds.
Correct.
Correct.
Mhm.
So I think we left 145,000 in, or did we reduce that more?
No, I thought we reduced it more, but I.
Yeah, I thought we only left 45
Correct,
and.
that's, yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, it's blue.
blue, there we go,
Yeah.
there we go.
Oh, excuse me.
All right. So that was, it was 145.
It was
Right, so if you put
155.
that, if you just change that number and put a 1 in front of it right now, Doug, and then went back up to the top, I think you're gonna see a big difference.
So we're gonna supplement that with ARPA.
Yeah, and that should have been
The-
documented somewhere.
The
on this
disaster relief
document.
money that we didn't use last year.
There should be. Well, that's not all of it.
Where are the documented changes that we made?
How did you get the spreadsheet to do that?
To do what?
Make that calculation, because it wasn't.
Chip did it.
To make what calculation?
The spreadsheet doesn't calculate, so that's what I'm trying to figure out.
How it's calculating
how-
now?
Yeah, I mean, so if somebody went in and made it calculate, that's what I'm
Yes.
trying to know, because
Yes.
I can't, right? I can't verify the calculations, so I don't know where. I mean, if everything is up and revenues are down, there's just no way the tax rate went down. So something's. I mean, none of the budgets are down. The animal services, but that's a very small number.
How much is highway up?
5%.
Yeah, but is that 5% also including some of the things that you guys have added in? If you were to remove, like every other department, some of the stuff that's moved around, there's no
yeah.
impact?
No, that got come out of these items in yellow were in benefits line. That was completely different.
We taken in, or those effectively proposing to take in?
Proposed.
That's what you're proposing, that's how.
I'm pretty sure I documented it all, pull it up.
Yeah, so I'm looking.
And you're saying why it's down,
I
right?
know we had the 200.
Yeah,
Well, there was more, it was more than just that we took out. We removed that 100,000, which,
No, but what I'm saying is quick look, as I go down through, all the budgets are up. Revenues are down. There's no way your taxes went down.
Right, that was pretty much all we took out was the.
well, then how did
paving.
you, so, yeah,
That's what
I
I'm
have
saying,
to
I
look
think
at Chip,
your
if he's the one that
calculation-
made that formula, then. I don't know if, maybe we don't rely on that formula, maybe we actually look at
I'm
the hard numbers.
trying to break down the formula, to see what he's.
Can we copy this spreadsheet and then pull the formula out on the copy? And then start looking at the numbers, just in case there is an error, cause
So we
there we go.
had from 145, we were deducting 100, and then we were gonna use the 178,000 from ARPA.
Yep,
plus
the $85,000 in reserve. Yep,
That's where we were. gonna
okay,
do
good,
paving.
all right, excellent. And that's gonna get him up to that, like, it was like 315,000 pretty much,
Yeah.
or close,
13, I wanna
something,
say,
yeah, something like
Yeah.
that.
And then, did we do? Why have I got highway overtime labor? He's got 85%. 85 overtime labor. I think that was a discussion you and I were having. But
Yeah.
88.5 in highway overtime. While Doug's fixing that, do you wanna do the few other things
Sure,
that we had to do before?
yep,
While he's trying to figure out that formula? Just so we can get these in the contract or in our budget. So we have the dispatching contract for the dispatching services which is the one we use. to dispatch all of our calls.
Mhm.
We got their contract in that needs to be signed. And it's the annual 62,658. I'm not sure, I think we had more than that calculated in dispatch.
I noticed it talks about 2023, we need to change that date.
Yeah, this is what she sent me, so I can alter,
Uh,
of course, she's in between a PDF, so. I'll put 2024 there,
Okay,
and then. So we
Are you
just,
gonna
we
switch
just
to
need to have,
Fairfax?
They don't provide dispatching.
Oh, no, just, okay.
so we'll just need a motion to accept. The dispatch services, contract.
yeah, that's just talking about the date we actually accept it, because it doesn't go into effect until July 1st, right?
Yeah, but she needs it by, she'd like it by, I told her we had a meeting on Wednesday, she said
Yeah.
that's fine.
What does the contract say? Are we under
Yeah,
contract?
why don't, I mean, this is very last minute, I think.
Well, no, we
I
just.
mean, do we have any other services? I mean, it's,
We also have to budget for it, so I
Yeah,
understand why it's
exactly.
pressing. Term of the agreement shall be,
July
yeah,
1st.
so it actually does require 6 month written notice of intention to terminate, so. So we actually do have to do this. Yeah, so from July 1, 2024 to June 30th, 2025. But the
I move
agreement,
we approve the emergency communications and dispatch services contract with the change in the date of signing. Whatever you're gonna make that, Cheryl, okay?
I just, yeah, I put year 24,
I'll second that.
discussion. This is a 5-year term,
yes,
or a 1-year term,
no, I
it's like
believe,
a 1 year.
what's it,
Yeah,
24 to 25?
Yeah,
yeah, July
Yeah.
1st, 2024. Who other, obviously, we don't have time to investigate this now. I wasn't even aware we had a contract like this.
I don't know if there's any other dispatch service around,
mhm.
that I would have to find out.
I think in preparation for next year, I think what would be really good for any, whether it be this board or any future board is, we need a simple spreadsheet with every single contract that we have and when the due date is.
Where is this budgeted in our 2024 budget? Look,
Cause I don't know how any new select board member or any, this is the first time I've heard about this and I've been in here 6 months. I didn't even know it existed, so, and it's not a fault of anyone's, but I just think this board and administration, or future boards and administration,
mhm.
should absolutely
Yeah,
document this somewhere. And it should be one page that you open, it's got every contract, the start date, the end date. We can put,
that I have been working on, because I don't know until I get emails.
yeah, no, I get it, well, that's the point,
Because,
right?
yeah, 'cause
You
it's
don't know
like
what you don't know.
file, yeah.
You don't know what you don't know.
We don't know what we've got out there, just because there was
But I
a
think-
wording sheet.
What was the contract for the preceding year, or the one that will end on? June
I was
30th?
looking because it is budgeted, and I think actually, right here, dispatching services. So we've got in the figure 62,658, so that one is.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, so last year it was 59,674.
okay,
All right,
yeah, it's gonna go up, about 6%.
so how much do we actually have to budget for? The
We've
full-
got it in there in the right number,
We do,
yeah,
because half of it would be at the lower rate and half of it
Correct.
at the new rate.
yeah, no,
But
we've got.
We do have the right number in there. Okay.
Yep,
You said you already started documenting contracts?
I've started keeping a list of things that we have to renew, things that are coming up.
What we
so-
should do though is, we should actually create a file, and that way, as soon as we see one, instantly goes in there, and it should be you know what I mean? Because what's probably gonna happen is in 2 months, we're not gonna remember this.
Right.
But if you've got the file and it's documented, and we always put it in the same file, eventually you're gonna start to build a good list that we can feel,
Yeah,
we can feel good about and know, what we're up against.
Sure.
It sounds like we need to do an all in favor then.
Yeah, I don't see anything else here that I would have questions about. So all in favor of Carl's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so I'll just need Devin to find it.
Yep. Here you go.
No, here it is. It's the one that doesn't have that. And then.
Can I help you at all, Doug?
It's a matter of just making sure that the totals, like, this is the formula he used for the expenses, so just making sure that these totals are totally right. I don't know if what he checked and what he didn't check, cause I'm not sure if they're all totaling correctly.
Okay, and then the childcare tax, in order to put that in there correctly, we need to know how the town wants to divide up the childcare tax, what portion they wanna pay, do they wanna pay the whole thing, do they want part of it on the
Let me
employee?
go grab that.
Before we move on to that, can you just, I wanna document this.
Yep.
Will you walk me through this real quick? So the 178 is gonna be from ARPA,
Yep,
and that's because we had money that came back to us, right?
that was the money we didn't.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
That's,
The
you know, when we put that little quick squiggle together on ARPA.
Yep.
All right, that 178 is what dropped out at the bottom, was left over after the 500,000 for the bridges, et cetera. Now, there could be more available, because I think, based on the letter that Cheryl and I are gonna be writing to the industrial, to Parago,
Okay,
we're not planning.
40,000.
Yeah, there is 40,000 still available there.
Whoops.
No, you're
Then 85 of that was coming in paying reserve.
perfect.
Right. So we should still be able to do some decent.
So I don't know if you wanna deal with that now, or let's just wait to see where it all falls out.
Yeah, do we know when we'll know about that, or can, yeah, I guess we
Well,
can,
I think we're just making the decision that
yeah,
we don't believe it is our responsibility
yeah,
to put that dirt there. I mean, we could say in the letter, which I haven't drafted yet, but we could say that, we believe that if you're interested in putting that fill there, we give you permission to do it. In fact, we would actually do it for you if you reimburse us for the amount. I mean, that's something we could do. Because Todd's already gotten a quote on it, as far as I know.
Mhm.
Well, I think as far as the town report, people are gonna wanna know why we have less money for paving in there. If we can explain that we still plan on, we still have reserves to pay for
Yeah.
that will.
Well, I think in the highlight someplace it'll demonstrate that we use some ARPA money for these various things, and that would be where I think we'd point that out. that,
45K
you know,
plus
X number,
178
like
plus
178.
85.
But, no, I
Yeah,
understand.
so
What's
we're
that,
gonna do
300,
It will be.
308,000 towards paving?
Okay, so we're doing the 45 too, the possible 45 that we budgeted for.
Well, no, what I was talking about, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to document, so when we talk to Todd, we can say, we know you budgeted X amount for paving.
Mhm.
We actually reduced it down to 145,000, but then we actually reduced it down even more to 45,000, but don't worry, because we're taking 178K out of ARPA,
Yep, and put it in that, yep,
as well as the 85, is it 85 that's in the paving reserve?
yep.
85?
5,000.
And that gives you a total of $308,000 towards paving. And to your point, you said we may even be able to do another 40,000, which would put you to closer to 350, which is actually the number
I mean,
he
if
wanted
that's
to
the only
budget.
place you wanted to put it, I mean, that's that 40,000 that we temporarily put aside for that, fill.
Yeah,
And then the other one that there's been some, discussion on is whether we really wanted to spend that $50,000 on the presumed ice rink. In other words, that was just something I put in there as a space holder, really, and, because we had talked about it and we had the equipment, and whether we wanted to put that pad in place. So, you understand what I'm saying?
yeah,
I think,
no, I understand.
I'm not sure if April prepared another spreadsheet on ARPA or not.
I haven't had
Okay,
a chance to,
all right.
I'm sorry.
So I'm going off my memory of what we had in that other spreadsheet.
Yeah, just so
The
you-
45.
I think Jamie's got a spreadsheet created for ARPA right now, if I'm not
We does.
mistaken, right?
All right,
Yeah, it's pretty basic, straightforward, simple.
And it accounts for the 178 that we're using. in
Yeah,
our
it says
support
178 ARPA leftover, 178.5 and remaining ARPA funds to be used for paving.
costs. Perfect.
And I even threw in the 45 for budget and the 85 for reserve to give us 308.5.
Nice, that's perfect. 3085, that's for the paving, right?
Yep.
Okay. Nice. Okay, good.
So I don't think as far as the ARPA funds, we have to make a decision tonight about the 40 or the 50, but that's up to you guys. I'm just saying, those are two.
Yeah, we will have to decide by next Wednesday or during next Wednesday's meeting, at least what we think we're gonna allocate, right? Cause
Right.
just because we allocate it next year doesn't we could still next year decide to not do something.
Right.
It just means we would have to reallocate it. Now, we do have to spend it by the end of 26.
Yeah.
Or
We have
end
to
of
get-
25.
We have to send them a breakdown of what we had come March. what we're-
Okay, so that needs to be,
So question is, was there any community input for the 50,000?
Those are all zeros. right
Like
now.
if what can we do for did you and Shannon come up with anything else?
Well, there were, I know she talked about creating a park at the
Yeah,
Sherwood Forest or something like that. Okay, I don't think we had any
So we have
actual
money
numbers.
This
for
for
that.
but we don't have any.
That's the only other thing I could think of that
Purchase.
were thrown out then at that point.
Points.
And again, I just put, because we at one point allocated $200,000 to rec, I just took 50 of
well, you
it.
see, that's a
And kept
slowing
it
it down.
as something we would do from
Okay,
a recreation standpoint.
And I would love it. I wish we could be less specific and just say recreation, because my only
I think we
concern
gotta-
is that the public,
Right?
we go pour a large concrete pad down at the beach.
So see, like,
There's a lot of people that probably may be ticked off and may not like that, right? And you're also getting,
so.
you're only using that, Vermont's only getting warmer.
Yeah.
It's, you know,
Well,
we may use
the
that
idea was,
3 months
that
out of
was
the
the
year.
other thing that Shannon had said, well, what about a skateboard?
So that's
Okay.
where we have issues.
And so we
Here.
basically said that this
You know,
pad could be used in the winter,
$6,000.
if the winter was cold enough, to use for a skating,
For 2023,
Surface.
they're not gonna have any.
or in the summer could be used for a skate,
For 2024.
So then.
whatever
this
you wanna
one
call
here,
it, platform,
$10,000.
okay?
So where at the beach would it go?
Right now.
Where at the beach would it go?
Yeah, that would
Let's
be great.
fix
At least
this.
you get some use out of the
well,
pickleball.
the other question I have is if we were to decide not to use it for rec, we just pump that into paving and get some extra paving done too.
Yeah, we gotta do something for the community. I think the community has spoken on many turns and said, can we put this into a recreation fund? Can we assign it into a recreation
But it has to
fund?
be
It has to be
spent.
spent, yeah.
That's okay.
That's
Yeah.
the
With the
suggestion.
designation for the GCEC to work with the community
On a rec project.
on a rec project that they choose.
No, I get it.
No, I hear what you're saying. We
That's-
could also have the community tell us that they would like more paving for recreation.
If that's how they wanna use the, but I think if we were able to assign it to an organization,
Yeah,
right? And their task is to go to the community and figure out what they wanna do, and we have a deadline of how we wanna do it, and here's their budget. We basically put it into the hands of the community.
we could do that.
That's them.
I just feel, I don't know, I just feel
As
like,
I said, I think, I like what Hyde Park did in letting members of the community apply
It
for
could
use
be
of
the
the funds.
97
They had
with-
funds reserved that could be awarded. Yeah, what's that at? All right, so we'll make that decision by next week.
Yeah, and I guess we'd find out when Cheryl's saying we have to give some sort of spreadsheet to some organization
Mhm.
as to what our plan is for spending in
Yep.
March. They could tell us that you have to be more specific, you know, at that
Yeah.
time, but we could, at that, you know, they should still be able to give us that determination or.
Yeah, I mean, if you allocate it to a recreation fund, right?
Mhm.
You know, to build a community project, I mean, I feel like that's pretty specific.
Right,
Would we be able to turn that rink into an income generator?
I don't know, the problem is that it's such a short season.
let's move them back.
And how do you manage it?
Right.
Oh, so-and-so bought ice time, so nobody else can be on it.
Yeah.
Who's
So I mean,
gonna
that
police
was one of the drawbacks,
Well, right now,
as we
everybody
discussed
is-
it, was
These
how would we manage,
Oh,
how would we
there you go.
control it?
We can have like.
That sort of
meetings, do what it-
started going
have
south.
it-
There you go.
Yeah, we pulled them out of here. I don't know why those got put out of place.
Let's continue going through the, agenda, audit suggestions. Is that something that we,
I don't know.
April to-
Yeah.
Next over.
Yeah, no.
Or just chime in on.
and we haven't taken care of the childcare tax, we have, and
Oh, I
Cheryl
don't
brought the childcare.
Oh, these are good.
I'm good either way.
I'm just gonna delete.
Cheryl brought up the childcare tax,
Oh, yes.
For employees.
Let's go back to that.
In talking to Chip about that, how to, go about that. Basically, he said, right now, the people from the tax department don't even know whether they're taxing your absolute gross pay. Is that what they're taxing? And where's it getting expensed? So there's an option where you can, to the employee, they can pay up to, 25% of the childcare contribution from an employee's wages. And an employer may elect to withhold, is 11% of an employee's wage. A maximum an employer may elect to withhold is an 11%.
Right, because the employer can choose to take on the whole tax,
Right,
or they share that tax with the employee and take the employee out of their paycheck.
What's the
Up to
cost of the
11.
town? I mean, if it's a tax that gets passed down to people, I mean, so we're talking about as employees, right? That's what we're referring to?
Well, yeah, the town has to decide, do you want to take it all? Do you want to have the employees pay up to 11%?
Wait, that's just 0.11%. 0.11.
Yeah, not 11.
Yeah, 11's a lot.
Or, well, maybe it's 11% of, well.
No, it said
11
0.11.
Oh, well, 0.11 is 11%.
yes.
That's so much. I figured out a way to not have to deal with it. Move out of state.
Move what?
Move out of state.
There you
Too
go.
many taxes.
Alright, let's focus
So
back on.
the Act 76 is a 0.44% payroll tax. Is what that is. And the 0.11 is for self-employment.
so how much would we be down if we were to take that entire load for all of our municipal employees?
Now, if you look at. Hey, I'm gonna throw a wild guess out here. 940, times. Point. Zero, 0, 4, 4, I think that's right. Forty-one, 36, let's see if I can come up with the same number twice before I open my mouth.
Well, if you guys think we're gonna be here.
$4,136 is the total.
How much is it?
Well, if I do the rough math
Yep.
on $940,000,
Which is salaries.
right? And I multiply that, and I did it both ways. I did it by 0.0044, and I did it by 0.44% on the calculator. Came up with the same answer. $4,136,
Which is the total obligation of the town roughly, if we were to absorb it.
roughly.
Okay.
But it also is gonna be less than that this year, because it's not effective until July 1, which means half of that.
Yeah, so we're a couple $1,000s.
Yes,
So maybe what we do is the first year this is in place, we will absorb it. We notify our employees that this will be a step process. We will absorb it the first year, know it's coming.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Make them aware of it. Warm them up to the idea that they'll likely see it down the road. And that's just a thought, and I could be wrong.
I think that that's fair if that's the way where we decide to go.
It's not a lot of money and it allows us to get it on people's radar without them getting that burden, right?
Right.
It's-
This yours.
Well, the money we're saving from the
Yes.
payroll company for the bi-weekly.
Yeah, maybe that's another thing that we also state too. Hey, we're going bi-weekly. But one of the things that we are doing is we're absorbing the childcare tax this year, so you guys don't see that in your paychecks.
So it may be a huge selling point for what.
Well, it'll help, right? It'll help. So what do you guys think?
Yeah,
It's one of those things, I don't know if they really know how quickly that's gonna grow. You know, one of these things that we accept, once you start doing it, people will expect you to continue to.
Well, you make it very clear. This is very much a one-time thing.
put it right in your motion, December, I mean, this is the outlined plan.
Mhm.
From here until
Right, depending
December
on.
31st, and then
Yeah.
what happens after that is a different,
How much is it for an employee, like spread out over the year?
Yeah, it's very little.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't sound like a big number. My only worry is like the state, so many things, they start out small and then it just incrementally grows, so.
well, I don't even know if they clearly understand what the purpose of this is going to do, other than the
Well, it's gonna be
intent.
a fund that, will help childcare providers pay, higher salaries to their staff. And that's the way I understand the main purpose of this thing from, because it was being discussed when I was still down there, is my recollection. But how it finally came out, I probably shouldn't say anything, because I don't know, I haven't followed up on it, but my recollection is the plan is to make it so that it's more desirable to go into childcare, okay? And part of that is the childcare, and then maybe Ken knows more about it than I do, but that's what, yeah, okay, so. All right,
So what
so,
do you guys
but
think?
if it's clear that it's a one-time thing that we're gonna do, I'd be fine with it. I'm just, just like so many things, people, once you do it for them, they expect you to do it again.
So it's an 11% tax.
No, it's not 11 point.
0.44, it says employers are required to pay a 0.44% payroll tax on all employee wages earned in Vermont. An employer may choose to deduct and withhold a maximum of 25% of the required contribution. An example, 0.11% from the employee's wages.
I think in the nature of us trying to cut costs on the town, right? I agree, I agree with Carl, I think if we do it once, and even if we set the expectations, it's still gonna be a tough battle.
yeah, I think that doing it once, we can. We can decide what we do later, but I think that if we do it once this time, it definitely is a notch in our favor. If we say, look, we said we do it this time, we need to negotiate it down for cutting costs. I think it often, I think this gives us options.
It's one, I'm sorry.
I think that this course of action, I agree, gives, I think it gives us options.
Yeah. It's just that, if people don't pay the tax themselves, are they gonna be holding
What's that?
our representatives feet to the fire that saying, this is an extra tax? You understand what I'm saying? So
No, I hear,
we absorb it,
I,
and again.
we only have so many municipal employees to be complaining to our state reps.
Yeah, well,
So have you heard anything about this from the hospital?
I have not, and I was just thinking about reaching out. I happen to be in good with the network benefits director, so I'm gonna reach out to her and ask.
But this tax goes into effect midway through the year, right?
July 1. Yeah,
So that $4,000 figure was what it would be for us this year? or
for the
half of-
entire year, so it's,
Half of that,
half of that.
2,000 some dollars, okay.
yes.
Yeah, so we're looking at a couple $1,000s. We will, and I think with something that we speak to if we decide to, and again, it sounds like we're divided and that's okay. But if we did decide to cover it this year, we would very much. I think to your point is you quite literally stated that, you know, this childcare tax is coming down the line. And that we would offer, you know, a one-time waiving of this for 2024. And then when it goes into effect again in 2025, Jan 1 or July 1, whatever we decide.
I mean, you should start seeing rumblings when they go back in session, like, they should be headed back very soon.
I mean, it sounds to me like we're all okay with the plan, just for different reasons.
Yeah,
Okay,
they started today.
Okay, so, I mean, you definitely would be hearing more about this, because it's gonna take time for them, you know, just kind of like this took time. I think you'd be hearing more about it out of this legislative session, and it's a matter of keeping the ear to the wall. Have you guys ever considered going to breakfast with your legislators? Do they do that here in Franklin County?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
have,
they did that once shortly after the election, I think.
they usually have, 4 forums during the course of the legislative session. They usually start with one in, Swanton, then there's usually one in St. Albans, there's one up in Enosburg, and there's has been one in Georgia. I can't remember if we have
But
that.
I mean, let's be fair,
Yeah.
if we're gonna complain about this, we don't really need to, because Ashley and Carolyn are all against it, we're against it one, yeah, so.
I have no idea.
I'm sorry, April.
I don't know if you're talking about something else.
Yeah,
okay, so how,
Probably should involve the union at some level. Because that's probably gonna be,
well, a tax that's passed, well, I don't think.
the
we're-
tax isn't,
Yeah, we're in
you
no
can't do
control.
anything about a tax.
No, that a tax that's mandated by the city, state, or federal government.
no, I'm saying about whether the town wants to pick it up or not. That's what I would,
Okay, I mean, we
by
could,
the union steward and
well,
get a reading.
so you think he would oppose?
Well, he's not gonna oppose.
Exactly.
It's never gonna go away.
Well, it's not in the contract.
You said,
It's not in the contract.
Not yet, no.
Yeah.
That's
right.
fine, that's in 3 years from now.
Yeah, that's true. Hate to be the sounding board, but you're right about that.
It's 3 years from now. We're trying to do a solid. If they don't want us to waive it, we're more than happy. We won't waive it then. We're trying to do our employees a favor.
Did we ever ask them about the holiday cheer? You know?
We did.
We did, right?
Yeah.
They accepted the holiday cheer.
I did, I asked Larry,
Yeah,
and
right.
he was more
I mean,
than,
rarely would they say no, but I mean, it's their prerogative to say no, I guess.
So it should be noted in the future that this one time, the town picked up the taxes
In 2024.
in 2023.
Or 20, well,
Tax for 2023.
oh, the
No.
taxes for 2023?
It went, yes, it went, the holiday cheer went on to the W-2 for
Oh, we're talking
2023.
about something different. I'm sorry. I'm talking about the childcare tax still.
Okay, no, so if anybody asks,
Well, there should be an email that goes out. It should be notified.
who should be
All,
notified?
all employees.
Well, no, I think that when the select board does this consideration again, if they make the same consideration,
Yeah,
it should be determined beforehand which most holiday bonuses are, whether the town is gonna pay the tax, whether the employee pays the tax.
sure.
In other words, pretend I wanna give you a $500 bonus, right? And then the decision is, am I giving you $500 minus tax? Am I giving you $500 with the tax taken out of
Sure.
everybody?
Mhm.
So there's 2 different scenarios there.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay.
So.
Can we go
it's-
back to the childcare tax? 'Cause
Sure.
this is budget related. what does everyone wanna do?
I'd say we take it this year.
Just trying to figure out how we could do this, so. We wouldn't have to decide what we want to do as long as we just had the money in the budget to do it, right?
Well, we had 17 that we were gonna give to the library, right?
We
Well,
also have 50 in the ARPA funds.
Yeah, that's gonna.
Yeah, but we're not.
We can't do that every
We're
year.
not thinking of ARPA funds for something like this, because it's not.
Well, no, just the one time,
Yeah.
the budget's the budget, if we add this line item.
You're right, this is a one time,
Well-
they're a one time.
That's not precedent, though, 'cause
Is it, will we consider that infrastructure? Maybe.
Yeah, probably not. I had to rethink that for a second.
Understand what I was saying was, if we just put that amount of money in the budget, but we don't make a decision on how we're going to
Do I want
charge to the employees or.
Yeah, are we,
I want a whole, but I'll do half.
You understand what I'm saying? I just meant that we have a line item, which is that new tax.
Yeah,
But do we have to determine tonight whether we pay the whole tax or the employees pay?
will we be able to put that, in? That's putting it into an appropriation, right? Would we be?
Because
able
it
to do
doesn't
that?
go into effect on July first. That's my only point.
so you're saying budget,
Budget for it, but
budget
then we
for it.
make a decision between now and July first.
How does that work financially for us, or is that kind of a nightmare? I wanna make things
I mean, you
simple for us.
can, you can put that into the budget, and whether you spend it or not,
That's what I mean.
it really doesn't matter. It's just money left in your general fund, so the
In other words, a
decision,
quarter, it might be if we spend 3/4 of it or 100% of it, if I understood it right. We have the option of having the individual pay 25% of the tax, right? That's what I heard you say, so the decision before us, if we allocate the money to allow us to go either 75 or 100% is what it amounts to, okay? It wouldn't be a big amount of money either way, okay? But
Alright, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine.
again, I don't mean to be.
Where do we put it,
No, no.
where do we put it in the
Makes no
budget?
sense.
it would be in the admin part of the budget, or if we are consistent with everything else, it should be in the highway department, public works, fire department.
Split it up into.
Break it up per department as the audit report.
There's a line item.
Do we have to do that? That's gonna make things complicated.
Well, we just had an audit and they said that we need to just start doing stuff like that.
Okay,
Any input? Doug, you have any input on this, or you're too busy doing other stuff?
I think he's trying to
Okay.
get that spreadsheet to tie.
we don't wanna take up
So
any.
basically what'll happen is that decision, we're gonna kick it to, you know, how we split that tax will be put on the next select board in all likelihood, unless we make that decision in, you know, later this month or February.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
Yeah.
We do, so is this the Bible still? Cause if this is the Bible, we would want Doug to add that in.
Yeah, if he's doing math right now, where you're gonna put,
Just wanna make sure it gets added in though.
yep,
yeah,
I got it.
so
we're
either
adding
way,
$2,000,
whether we
right?
pay 75% of it or 100% of it as a town.
Put 2,200
That's the
on.
real
Yeah.
question.
Yeah.
Alright, so, yeah, we'll go through that. Do we need a motion for that, or are we just good with that?
What, you don't need a motion to put that in
Yeah, it's just budget stuff.
So, audit,
there. Okay. Do you guys have your audit things here?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't get in the report.
I'm
Well,
gonna go,
you emailed us the report, right? Yeah.
I'm gonna go grab mine so that I'm on the same page.
While she's going for that, one other thing I had written down that I don't recall this coming up, but except the very early budget meetings. But we had talked about budgeting for a not salary, but hourly paid grant writer. Okay, remember?
mm-hmm,
Nick's not paying attention.
I am. I'm looking for the file that we're about to look at.
same here.
Alright, go ahead.
It was, we talked about a grant writer hourly paid grant writer.
Sure.
Okay. Are we gonna do that and put something in the budget for it? Because right now, it's nothing in there for it. Okay.
I don't know. I thought we were just getting ready to talk about.
We are. I just brought this up. That would be an item. I just want to make sure we cover sometime before too long.
Okay.
We want the audit report,
Well, it
right?
sounds like we need to have a session with ARPA as a whole. Rather than the
ARPA, no, this has nothing to do with
No, he's
ARPA.
talking about
I thought you
the,
were talking about taking
he's
money.
talking about the grant.
Okay, well, I don't even know, do we have money in the budget for that?
No, that's my point, is we talked about, we were gonna provide for a grant writer when we were talking in generalities, but we haven't gotten to the point of putting it in the budget. So.
Yeah, I don't even know if we have the money for it.
Yeah.
I mean, we
We
don't know.
talked about like a figure of like $30,000 is what we kicked around.
I think we need.
Okay,
one,
anyway, just put
But
it,
yeah,
put it on the side burner right now because she's back.
I think-
About the,
I don't disagree with you. I think we should hash down this, we should cut down this budget to where we need it to be, and then should ask ourselves, can we squeeze out?
okay, that's fine. I just didn't want it totally forgotten. Okay.
Yeah,
I agree.
Okay, all right.
Well, and also too, like, so, well, let's focus on one thing at a time. We'll talk about this second.
We have water out there, or do you need?
What's everybody else coming for?
Monster.
He's got monster, he's got coffee, he's got water.
Oh, yeah, I'm fine, I can get a copy.
Thank you. Cheryl,
No problem.
So what are we doing?
You're gonna drive up?
you're going to get it, Carl.
I know.
Carl, you're going to get it.
You have to walk the.
Okay, so if we look on page 43 of this audit. The town of Georgia audit report.
Yeah, I know we got two of them. We got two documents, but,
It's the big one.
okay.
It's the big one.
So there's 5 recommendations, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you want an answer on all 5 of them tonight, is that what we're?
Well, he needs to do that for your report. So
Yep.
this is part of, yeah, he needs to know what
Okay, so
your,
what page are we looking at?
we're looking at page 43. Do you want me to make you copies of these?
I've got.
Well, the recommendations maybe, because I left my report at home, I'm sorry, okay.
No worries. I mean.
Come on, Carl, grab a computer, buddy. Get with
know,
the
right?
times. You're
You know,
killing
we
trees.
charge per copy, right?
We're gonna have to start. Carl uses more paper than all of us combined.
Here we go.
I
Come
look
on.
forward to the day where they allow us to put USB things in our brains, we just download that information.
No, then they can tax it.
Tax you for using.
There's anything consistent in life, what,
Okay,
death and taxes?
So what do people see on page 43?
I feel a little bit better.
I see Board of Selectmen, we have audited in accordance with the audit standards. Independent auditors report.
See what we number there.
Is that what everybody else is seeing?
On page 43?
Yeah.
No.
Ha ha ha! Doug, you're awesome. I liked it.
All right, so what are we looking at then? Is the number?
I'm still not 100% on this, I feel more comfortable, this is at 5.5%.
So what was wrong?
There was a total not in, there was another total that wasn't totaling. There was. These numbers in here, I think we need to talk about, because these numbers. Here on the revenue side, I don't think were correct. Unless somebody can tell me I'm doing something stupid, but we had. So this number that's over here, this 118,000 was over here in the delinquent taxes. One, we don't have that much of delinquent taxes outstanding. And
Well,
two,
you don't want a budget for that.
we don't want to budget for it because we don't know if it's gonna get collected.
Right.
But that number was in there. I pulled this number out of here. That's what I'm saying.
Well, how did that get in? there?
Okay,
I don't know. That's, I should
Yeah, I
pull that
think-
number out of there.
I'm the only one who said.
So we're budgeting 0, so we don't know if we're gonna collect any of it.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Yeah, you can't
And then-
count on it.
You're gonna
The
want.
interest based upon right now,
You
our
with,
delinquent taxes are 102,000. there's only $4,500 in interest and $7,000 in delinquent fees, so. That's what we had in there, so I lowered both of those.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, they should definitely match up.
Yeah, I mean, we're not gonna collect more than what we had out.
Right.
I know what you were.
It'd be nice if we could.
They're good.
Oh, yeah.
So Nick, I just reached out to, the network director, tax compliance and strategy accountants.
Okay, so the whole one.
He said he didn't know. But I do know the director that does payroll and will have to deal with that, so I'll ask her tomorrow.
Okay,
So those issues I found right off the end. It looks like the rest of everything was totally correct. I mean, I haven't looked at the numbers that are in here. I know we still have some yellows in here that need to be looked at. There's some numbers in here I was just asking April about, which still have zeros in here, these impact fee numbers, which we have zeros in right here. We need to probably look at and figure out. I don't know, was there a line item, like for instance, he should have had probably in his fire, the fire department budget still right there?
No, but I can pull it up.
If he had numbers in there for his, to be spent out of impact fees,
I believe he did.
yeah, so that number should be in here, which right now those are zeros.
And that will make it go up, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, those are all 1/7, those are all expenses. So. I mean, you're collecting impact fees, but you're also, when you spend the money out, it's gonna go up as an expense, so.
So for the most part, do we have a good understanding of the expenses that we're dealing with right now?
No.
And we
Okay.
we added April.
I know, I appreciate that.
I mean, we have a lot of, I would say it's probably 90% there.
Okay.
But you still got
The library.
questions, well, no, and the library is just one of them, but you still have like all the yellow stuff when we go down through and.
Okay.
Where
Yeah,
there's
so I-
zeros, there's questions that need to get filled out.
So like next year, he's got budgeted $20,000 in impact fees going to the computer, 6 tablets, 2 thermal imaging cameras, and 4 portable radios.
but if that's not coming from your revenue, that's coming
But
from.
you have the revenue in there. You're calculating the revenue, you've gotta take it out.
I'm gonna respectfully disagree with you. And I'm gonna respectfully disagree in that there's $138,000 right now in impact fees that were in your town report. So,
I'm just going off of how this is calculating in there.
right, and it's, Doug, it's weird. And it's weird as far as how the system works to take it out of there.
I'm not disagreeing.
Okay, so I think that before any numbers go in those, I think I wanna look and see what kind of an impact that's gonna have. Because right now, if the town is sitting on $138,000, nowhere in this budget does it say that you're sitting on $138,000 in impact fees. At the end of 2022, you were, okay? Money has been spent in 2023, but there was $138,000 there. So if you're looking at $138,000, I think the bigger, we'll look at those and put a place mark there. Because I want to go back and look at those, and go through that with Rick as well. As far as, should we be budgeting those? Because I think that that's one of those fine lines.
We could throw it in there just to see what it looks like, right?
Well, but here's the thing, it's not coming out of your revenue that you have up there.
Right.
It's over here in left field. Because of the way that things are set up, and let me tell you, I am going to advocate until I'm blue in the face for the system changing and the idea of the impact fees. You know, I'm
So basically, you're saying it's magic money.
it's not magic money. It's money that has come in through impact fees.
Right,
Okay, but it's not tax money.
right, it's not accounted for in what we put forward in the report.
Well, it comes in under the revenue line. It comes in as a 1.6 under a revenue line, and then it's going back out under your 1.7 as your expense. The problem in what she's trying to say is there's money the money is sitting on the books currently, but that money then is probably now, at the end of the year, does that stay in
Mhm.
that reserve?
Yes.
Restricted reserve?
Yes.
Yes.
But you're still expensing out. Yeah, it's just always been budgeted in here. just
Right,
that
so
part.
I think what I wanna do, okay, is I want to make those entries for the library the way that I was told to do them today. And then let's take a look at what kind of an effect that has, a net effect. So that we can see on a very small scale what that's gonna do, because we're talking about $7,000 for the library, less than $7,000. It's gonna come out of impact fees, because that expense right now is in the 1.7, it's in the general fund. But the
Right.
money is over here. It's weird.
Well, see, they budgeted to spend 6,000 last year for 2023. They budgeted to spend 6,000 out of impact fees.
They haven't spent any money in impact fees since,
Right, well, in 22, they scheduled to spend 2,500, and they spent 0.
yeah, it's been years
Well,
since
are they,
it's been impact fees.
are they spending it but not putting it to the right line item? Cause I saw emails coming back saying that they spent it. But you guys are
But
saying that they
here's,
didn't.
If it
Okay,
did, it didn't go
so-
to the books correctly.
Yeah,
it's not on the books correctly, because it's in their library, I purchased books
yeah,
account. Okay, so it's sitting here in the 1.7s, and even if you put it here in the 1.7, you still have to move it so that it's reducing, because if you look at that town report, 2 years in a row, you're gonna see that those impact fees have changed.
okay.
And I think one of the things that we need to work on after this, and maybe even with the new board, I don't know, but we're gonna have to work on that impact fee policy so that it's more straightforward and it's more centered on what the board wants that to be purchased at. But for right now, this is what we've got.
Yeah, my concern is I've made a commitment, or we've made a commitment to make sure that we notify all the department heads before the budget is done of where we made cuts and where their budget sits at, but it doesn't look like we have a complete set of numbers to even confidently say that yet. So how do we do that?
I mean, we can tell each department, I mean, what has their numbers in.
Yeah, that would be great. Well, no, but that's not true, because the library's numbers aren't accurately reflected yet. So
Oh,
I can't tell the
yeah.
library anything.
Wait,
No.
they're accurately reflected in what they want in their budget. Is it accurately reflected in what they spend in 2023? I will agree with you there.
Well, okay, my point is that our budget for next year, can we look at this, what I refer to as the Bible, no offense.
I feel the
This is
Bible is
the
open to
budget,
interpretation.
The budget Bible. If this is in fact what we consider true numbers.
What is the 138 that you were talking about, or somebody was here? That was the impact fees you were saying?
Yes,
All right. And they show up in numerous categories?
Can I finish what I was gonna say?
Yeah, okay, sorry.
I would like to be able to go back to each department and screenshot, much like I did the library a week or two back, and say, hey, guys, I know you sent us this. This is where you're at. Right? Just so there's not anyone that says, hey,
Mhm.
last year, nobody told me before the town report came out that you guys were gonna reduce X, Y, and Z.
Mhm.
And we made a commitment that we wouldn't do that. So are we able to do that?
we have not reduced anything in the library or any other department
We have the
except for the
highway.
paving.
Okay. Well, actually,
The highway, and
we-
that
I think we went down both Public Works and Highway, if I'm not mistaken, and took things off here or there, skimmed it down. Before things went into Nemrick, I know we did make some changes. Did we not? Because didn't we all say we were cutting things to get it down to 5%, but then you guys said, well, but once it goes into Nemrick, it's actually gonna balloon back up again. And I do know we made changes. Point being,
I don't think we've made any changes that they don't know about. Except for the paving.
okay, I don't know how they would know unless they were here,
Mhm.
because we haven't
That's why
notified
I'm here,
anyone.
that's why I'm here, guys.
Yes, we have not notified anyone and they have not been at these.
We need to, yeah, we
So
need
they
to have
don't know.
detailed information on what was cut, so we can be like, hey, this is where we took the money,
Again,
this is why.
I just wanna be able to show them what their budget is. Go ahead, Doug.
Just so you can see the difference that these categories make to your budget line item, this is why I'm concerned. So if I put $20,000 back in here for fire rescue, which is what you said he had coming out of there. I put this $10,000, it didn't get done this year, so I put it back in. This is for resurfacing the courts down at the beach. I don't know why it didn't get done. And the 165 for the bridge, which the bid was scheduled for this year but didn't get done. So if I put the 160, yeah, that,
Is that in addition to what's been in the reserve?
It was in the
No,
bridge
this- we
reserve
didn't
last
spend
year,
it.
yeah, we didn't spend it.
so if I put it back in to spend it this year, because we were supposed to do it last year and we didn't do it. Okay, it's on the list to be done.
Okay, so
So if
you've
I
got it as the 1.7, but there actually is a bridge reserve with money in it.
This is purchase bridge reserve.
Okay,
Right, so if I put that back in, now that took that 5.5 to almost 13.
but here's my question with putting that back in there and putting those other, like the impact fees in there, when the money is already there.
It's because you have to expend it out of there.
But right, but you're not expending it out of the current year taxes and the revenue that you have. Am I right?
No, you aren't. Yes, see, this year, so we had it budgeted, but we didn't spend it.
So where is it?
It's still sitting in the reserve account. Because we didn't spend it, so
But
it's,
I'm telling
so
you,
the taxes, so this year we didn't spend to the budget level because there's the 165 that was expense that didn't get used.
But if it's in the reserve, then how is, I guess I'm trying to figure out if it's in the reserve, how is it in the actual budget?
Cause you have to take it out of the reserve. I'm just.
But it's like you're
this is-
pulling money out of the budget, but we're not adding it back in from the reserve. So if you were to add the
Right, you haven't
reserve
put-
funds
right, you
in,
Right, you haven't put money into the reserve.
but I thought you said we already had that money.
We do.
So
This
we're,
is the purchase out of the reserve account.
so let's do this. Let's go with what you got there, but I wanna highlight that. And I wanna,
Yeah, it's this whole, it's all of these purchases out of the reserve accounts.
right,
That if you wanna
Because-
look at, I'm just saying, these have been worked on now for. A few years and. If you wanna compare apples to apples, you're gonna have to put some numbers in there to compare apples to apples, cause right now. Just that small change, just putting those two things back in, we went from 5.5 to 13. Well, so
but you're not collecting more taxpayer money for that. You already have it in a reserve.
but it's how it's calculating that expense out of there.
That's what I'm
I'm
saying,
not-
is we need to
Right.
check on that.
Right.
Because I think that there's gotta be a different way.
It's kind of like the do to, do from.
Yeah,
And I think
okay,
that's where that's coming.
I think
from.
we understand that it's like zero, because we already have the money, but it's showing as that up there.
Right now, you're
Yes.
showing it that you have, now you've got to actually put it in.
Right.
What does our balance sheet show? I mean, it must, if you go to the town's balance sheet, that 165 should show there as an asset,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah,
That's what I don't understand. Why, do we have a balance sheet?
yes, we did.
We do, okay.
Yeah.
And if we go there, is there 165,000?
Yeah, it should be.
We're adding but not subtracting.
Right.
right.
So how do we get to the point where we can have a complete budget where we can actually start cutting away? Because we only have tonight and next Wednesday.
Mhm.
So at what point are we gonna be able to get to that point? Cause I feel like
Well-
every week we keep asking the same question,
Yeah.
but I don't feel we're getting any
Okay.
closer.
My recommendation is I would go down through this list completely, look at all the numbers. And see if there's changes that you wanna see made. I mean, like I said, right now, that number one we're looking at is 12.78.
We agreed, again, I know you weren't here, but we agreed last week, what we were going to do is any changes this late in the game, we were going to go back to the departments. And we were gonna do screenshots of their budget and say, hey, listen, this is where you're at. You have until next week to give us the changes.
Yeah.
But I never got this document. I've been asking for it for quite a while. We don't have access to it, so I can't do screenshots unless someone else at the table has already emailed all the department heads and requested that of them.
I think you wanna make sure it's accurate before you do that.
That's exactly, and round we go.
Right.
So next Wednesday is our last meeting.
Or we schedule
So we can,
meetings in between.
I mean,
well, we can technically, I mean,
still.
so if we put the budget in the very last thing in the town report. If it's the very last thing, we can draw it out one more week.
They need to vote on it, so they would have to do it that second Monday.
Yeah, they'd have to have it.
So you have until the second Monday.
And we would need to have the specific changes, so we can let the departments know.
That's the 22nd, is the second Monday.
Well, more importantly, we need to show it to them. I think that's the
I
biggest
mean,
thing.
the
is
second
They,
meeting.
they have their current budget that they submitted, and we can show them, here's what where we're at. So they can see side by side what the changes were, right?
Is that going to give us something that we're 100% sure is gonna be an accurate budget?
But we can't do that until the numbers are all in. So I don't know that I'm looking to, April as to when we think we'll have all these numbers in,
Yeah.
because we can't do anything until then.
Do we have departments that do have all their numbers in?
April, Doug, do we have departments that have all their numbers in?
Yeah, well, like I said, let's go right down through this and look.
Okay, so before we do that, because we originally started, we're jumping all over the place here. We originally started with looking at the audit.
Yes.
Do we want to look at the audit and then move to that?
I think that,
I can't run a meeting. This is so all over the place.
I think we can take care of the audit and then we're gonna go. We can just dive into this without distractions, we can dive into the budget without distractions.
All right.
We have two material weaknesses.
So
We'll
you-
deal with first, you think?
Yeah, but we're gonna
Page
take care of the
44?
budget, 43.
I'm showing page 45 where they actually list the weakness.
Correct.
So,
Okay, let's go over to 45.
Okay.
All right. Segregation of duties cash. Basically, in town, the same person that reconciles the bank accounts also collects cash, posted journals, makes deposits, and has signing check authority. The limited staff that we have, it doesn't allow you to actually get out of efficiency. And it says, we recommend that the town revise their procedures to ensure the bank reconciliation function is designated to an individual that doesn't have signing authority. After talking to Rick, he said he would be happy because when it comes to balancing that checkbook, if you handed it to anybody else, if somebody came in off the street and said, I'll volunteer to do this for the town, whatever, right? They're gonna have such a hard time with it because their hands aren't in it and they don't know what certain things in that checkbook are. It's not an easy, Rick is the person who did your audit,
Okay.
Rick Sullivan. So
There's a cost to that, I assume.
what,
I'm asking you.
to talk to him?
No, for him to come in and balance.
Well, yeah, and he said you could pay Nemrick to do it. He said the best option would be for me to do it and have someone on the select board come in and put a second set of eyes on it. He said he would be happy with that, without the extra cost. Because
Without the extra cost?
without the extra cost of farming it out to have Nemrick reconcile your checkbook.
Well, whether we pay him or Nemrick, right, we're
Well, you're
paying
not paying,
someone.
no, okay, hear me out. You can have me reconcile the checkbook still,
Mhm.
okay? And the only thing that's gonna get it out of that deficiency bucket is to have someone on the select board come in when that checkbook is reconciled and take a look at it.
Okay. Okay, but are they gonna even know what they're looking at?
That's my question.
Yeah, I'm trying to talk through, and that's obviously not the solution, right? To your point earlier, you want someone that knows what they're looking at to look at it.
But here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go grab the November check reconciliation. And I'm gonna let you guys look at it, okay?
So can I just, so the person that signs the check can't reconcile, the check. Can't we just have somebody else sign the checks? And then you still reconcile them?
Yeah, that was gonna be my question.
Would that be?
But
When you're signing the checks, is that same person gonna be the person that goes through the warrant and make sure where they're posted and that kind of thing? Because that's a big part of that.
The signing of the checks?
Well, signing the checks, I mean, do you want somebody to just sit there and sign away?
Yeah, but can you sign the checks, but you're still gonna have an invoice that's got those accounts listed on it that that person can go through. So that person can still look at the invoices to see if they're coded to the right place. That doesn't have anything to do with the signing of the check.
I think that having somebody on the select board come in, because you're gonna have the same problem with the second deficiency with the journal entries. And he said the same thing, is he said, have somebody come and sit with me and say, these are the journal entries that I'm making. And I said, okay, who's gonna understand what a journal entry is? And he
So-
said that if he had the backup for what I was doing, that he would be happy with that.
Who reconciles the bank accounts now?
I do.
You do,
Mhm.
okay. Who collects the cash?
Bonnie does. Well,
Okay.
anybody in the office will take the cash and Bonnie.
With the exception of you, so
I
there's
generally
separation
don't
of,
do it unless it's
separation of-
tax time and
separation of
that's
duties
legal.
there. Who posts to the journals?
I do.
Okay. And then who signs the checks? You do,
Mhm.
okay. So basically what they're saying is we need separation across all of those things?
He said he would be happy and he would be out of that deficiency bucket if somebody from the select board or even somebody from the community came in and looked at that bank reconciliation and said, yep, there's no funny stuff going on here.
But we've also clearly stated that both the select board or anyone from the community is not gonna know if there was anyway.
But you're responsible for it, as a select board.
Let me go grab the check reconciliation, you guys can.
But
school
what,
board
I
has
guess
the
I'm
same thing.
confused, cause before you do that, I guess I'm confused, April, cause the original solution was Rick coming in and doing it for,
Well, no, not Rick. The original solution is somebody from Nemrick
okay,
hiring someone to do it,
okay. Or Rick, the guy that did the,
not.
No, he's not doing anything.
He's not
Start with the-
optioning to do the bank reconciliation.
okay, which part was he suggesting then? Cause I heard you mention him, but maybe I'm just not putting it together.
Okay,
I
You
think
mentioned
what-
his name about him coming in and doing something,
Oh, it was the report. So he gave her the report.
okay,
So, and then he said that she could do the reconciliation with the select board member, or we could have Nemrick do it, but he's not doing the reconciliation.
Okay, so April would do the reconciliation and we would be there with her to be like, okay, I don't see anything funny.
Right.
It does still give us the same problem of. the
well,
select
yeah,
board
we're
doesn't really know what's going
responsible
on.
for it, of course, we're responsible no matter what, but I
Right.
would much rather someone that knows what they're looking at to look it over. And say, hey, there's nothing going on, this looks clean, I'm just gonna look at it, I may or may not be able to make sense of it.
And how often do we do this? A week, a month?
Month. Well,
I mean, that's not a
we
big
should be
deal.
doing it every month for the checking
Yeah,
anyway.
the
for
checkbook
bank
gets
statements.
balanced monthly, I assume,
Right.
right? Okay.
Right, for your bank statements.
So it sounds like the safest option, at least as far as our records are concerned, is to have Nemrick do it or hire somebody to do it. But the easiest, least cost-effective solution is to just put one of our butts on the line and be like, okay, we'll sign off.
Well, you're not actually putting your butt on the line, okay? It's me that's balancing this checkbook. And it's me that would get in trouble if things weren't the way that they were supposed to be. But if you look at, I don't know, maybe I can do it this way. This is the ICS account that goes with the general fund. And the general fund is swept to this ICS account every day so that there's no money left into it, which is why you have to print both the ICS account and the bank account. And the bank account for November is the actual bank account numbers are 7 pages. Okay, so what I do is in NEMRIC, which this report is attached to this bank reconciliation, you can see what it's got to reconcile to, all right? And you can also see in NEMRIC, which is right here, which is this report. So basically, it's looking at those and saying,
Lining them up with what? What are we lining those up with? Those costs with the checks?
you're lining those up with the bank statement. Is what you're lining those up with. And the only way to make this reconcile, the only way to make every one of these has what happens when you spend money out of your checking account is there's an entry in NEMRIC that says this is hitting your cash. So you don't want anything hitting that cash account that's sitting there, thus the 2020 entries that are sitting there right now. You want to get rid of all of that. And we're working on it, but you want to make sure that everything that's in this checkbook is also in NEMRIC, it's on your books, okay? That's the only way to get this thing to balance. So looking down through here, what I would look for, if I were just looking at this objectively, is I would look at this to make sure that there were no checks made out to Edwards LLC, something crazy like that. Because this is coming out of NEMRIC, which means that's who the checks are written to. So it is something that somebody that does not have an accounting mind could look at without incurring a cost to the town.
Okay.
And it is more or less what we've been doing anyways, except this time we have somebody double checking.
Well, I believe when the prior treasurer was here, I don't know what, you were coming in and reviewing.
Just the,
Warrants.
yeah,
Well, but weren't you looking at the invoices as well?
well, the
You wanna see that?
invoices and pretty much what she used to do was just pretty much make sure they were
I think
marked
we
as
showed
the right
it.
line item
I mean,
or cost item. And then they were on the,
Okay.
they were on the warrant.
Alright, okay. Yeah, no, that's fine.
Alright,
So
That makes sense.
in order to, it doesn't have to be on the warrant to make it into there, but what you don't wanna see is you don't wanna see a lot of general ledger entries.
Yeah, I think anyone that, because there's a high degree of turnover with any elected position, there's gonna have to be a process that's written. Right, there just has to be a process written for the right way to go about it, so that way anybody could walk in, any select board member could follow a step-by-step instruction and know how to do that. I think that's so we'll definitely, and I know that's part of all this, but we'll wanna create a process.
And just my recommendation would be the person that's got the longest term on the board at that point in time. So you're not changing, so if it's just a person that's only got a year, I wouldn't recommend they come in and do it, I would recommend somebody that has a 3-year term.
Sure.
Just so that,
Well, I mean, that's not gonna
Well, the
stop, that's
consistency
not gonna
is-
stop turnover. I mean, some people
No.
leave even
yeah,
early, so.
that's true,
yeah.
that's true.
I think, and if the process or procedure is written appropriately, anybody should be able to walk in at any time and do it. Really, all of them should be knowledgeable, but yeah, you're either your budget committee or whoever you assign that duty to, sure. But we do need a process.
If I may ask, of the upcoming positions, what number of years are they for?
1 and 3.
Yeah,
1 and 3.
1 3-year, which is
Jamie's is,
Position.
Nick's current position is, he's finishing off a 3-year.
Finishing up in 1 year.
and you guys are
Finishing up an appointment.
They're both finishing on 2-year terms, right, or what?
Devin's doing the 2.
I'm doing the 2-year.
2-year and he's,
Jamie's
Jamie's
doing the
3-year.
but
And
he's
then
in
year
last
one,
year of a
year 1, and
3-year.
it'll be a 3.
No, Jamie's
No,
on
he's
the
just
first
starting
year.
with the 3,
Mhm.
and then Nick will be starting, or that position is starting again on a 3-year.
And where's Shannon?
She's
1
on
year.
1 year.
I'm a 1-year and
So,
Shannon's a 1
Nick,
year.
this is what you guys are doing, and Ken, you can talk to this too. On the school board, the school board clerk that's their position. They go through every.
Yeah.
They go through all the invoices, they
Yep.
check all the invoices. At the time we were on, we had our own treasurer in the school, which was our own bookkeeper. That was a little different. There was, it's the same thing that the.
Oh, no, I'm not-
So.
Yeah, I just think there should be a process.
Yeah.
I think that's the one thing I was most shocked about, but I know it's a small town. There's just no processes, and we had the same problem when our company started. We had no processes, we had to painfully write everyone. And it was painful, but you do it, and it makes your onboarding so much faster and cleaner. But anyways, let's keep going down this, cause there's a lot more.
We don't have a select board clerk yet.
No, I know you don't.
We have an administrator.
Yeah, we have no clerk.
That's true. Recommend the town implement controls to ensure property tax.
Alright, so
Is
walk us through that.
reconcile.
Yeah, walk us through the,
That was another conversation with Chip. And, we are working on what that's gonna look like. Because, whatever was happening with the delinquent tax payments stopped happening. So that we had, when we went into tax time this year, we had a circus. And it was just exactly that. It was a bad 3-ring circus. He wrote this up in here because we requested his help with that to kind of make things work. Right now, we are looking at, things are getting posted correctly. And the money from your tax collector goes right into the cash drawer. Any money that's coming in here, we're making an effort to put it through cash receipts and through that cash drawer. So it's accounted for. We're
Now,
definitely.
this is recommendation 2 we're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, reconciling the property taxes. So that's something that we're gonna work through. The authorization of general journal entries. With any kind of luck at all, the amount of journal entries is gonna get cut in half.
before we go to that one,
Yes,
I'm assuming this will be in the town report. The audit.
Yeah, once it's approved, yeah.
Essentially, our answers will be in,
That,
they're looking for how we answer these recommendations.
absolutely, because I think we're gonna wanna speak to this
Right.
during our meeting. So I just wanna make sure we have a clear.
okay, so
answer to
for
address.
the first one, we are going to have a select board member come in and look at the bank reconciliation.
Yep.
Okay, and
Okay, so that's
That's on a monthly basis, correct?
yes,
All right, okay.
and who,
I think it'll be the person who currently has the longest term. I think that's a good way to at least sort it out, unless we wanna switch it up by on a monthly
Just-
basis. So
just
anybody
do
can do it.
You could do, there's a budget, isn't there always a budget committee?
Yeah.
Or finance, yeah.
Finance and budget,
For me and you.
it should be someone on the finance and budget committee.
So,
Don't assign to the term, just do someone on the finance and budget. committee.
I'm okay
That would be
with
my
that,
recommendation.
but I do think that one of the things we've learned this last year is to try not to put too much on any individuals or group of people's members. So-
Yeah, but that's within the That's under the umbrella of what they would be expected to do anyway,
Okay.
with finance and budget. It's a monthly, meetup, right?
Yeah.
Right?
So that
That
would
would
be,
be the beginning of every month, April, when would you like to have?
I would say that if you have all the entries made and the month closed by the 12th, 15th, give it to 15th, get everything in there. I'd say that's a pretty reasonable
Yeah, they could almost,
expectation.
that person could almost come in early before one of their budget meetings, right? Budget meeting happens on, depending on when the budget, or not the budget meetings, I'm sorry, our select board meetings. Yeah, they just come in early, right? Gotta come in an hour early or 2 hours early, you sit down with April. You do your review, right? You give it the stamp of approval and you move on.
okay. Does that satisfy your response, April?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, so it'll either
Response
be Nick
number.
or Jamie, that would be.
Yeah.
So does April just put out an email
Yeah,
saying it's
absolutely.
time to reconcile?
Yeah, and I'm-
you
Or
guys?
whoever's on budget
Yeah,
next for the
exactly.
rest of the year.
And I'm happy to, if there's one that comes up soon. happy
There
to
will
come.
be, there will be.
Yep.
I'm waiting, once this warrant is signed, I can finish balancing the general fund,
Perfect.
and then it won't take long. Seriously, guys, I'm starting to run defense on the, or offense on the checkbook.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, there's a lot. This is a lot. This is a lot.
You
This is a
think?
lot.
You think?
This is a lot.
Yeah, yeah, okay, so back to this.
Alright, so
Okay.
number two, let's go. I know we already ran through number two, but what is our official response to it?
That April will work with Chip.
To set up proper controls.
Correct.
Mhm. I like that answer. Okay, general journal entries.
And these are what they call significant deficiencies, not material
Yeah.
weaknesses, right?
Mhm.
Alright, so internal controls should be in place. That require appropriate official to authorize all adjustments to the books of original entry. The town does not have a policy in place to require authorization or review of adjustments to the books of original entry. So it sounds like we need to create a policy.
So what is original entry? Okay,
So the original entries to the books happen through accounts payable. They happen through general journal entries. These are how they were happening, and that's what they're looking to have stop. Like the payroll now is getting approved before that happens. If somebody codes things wrong, it requires fixing it, which is, a point I'm gonna make about people and their budgets and saying, they're the ones that say, Bonnie, I want this coded here. Bonnie, it's not her job to question that, okay? This is boom, where they want it. Now, if it's something silly, like something that obviously should go into the category, I think Bonnie would say, hey, wait a minute here, this doesn't quite pass the sniff test. Does this belong over here? Because obviously you can't do budgeting if it says you spent $600 here when you actually spent in a different category. But the having to go back and change where people have said, this is where I want my money spent at the 11th hour is an unfair expectation.
Yeah,
Because my focus should have been, and maybe the first one to admit it, right there.
oh yeah,
I didn't have to go back and fix the highway budget. I didn't have to go back and fix public works. I didn't have to go back and fix the fire department.
so what do we do to correct that moving forward? So it sounds like we need, that this goes back to a policy then.
I think that we need to make it clear to the library that we are here to support their entries and to support their money. But as they have said several times, we can spend our money any way that we want to. Well, okay. But if you were to look at their budget right now and present that to anybody in the town, they would say, excuse me, why have they spent tax money when they've got grant money?
I guess I'm just not following how that ties to our
Because
significant deficiency.
I have to make general journal entries for every single stinking rotten one of those.
Okay,
And this is,
so by
January 3rd.
creating a policy, it would
That-
no longer allow that.
That sets expectations
Yeah,
on how expenses should be coded.
Yep, yeah, again, I'm trying to get us to the answer
Yeah.
here, I know that.
And would that policy apply to them as?
Well,
a-
apply, it's a policy, that's the reason why, it's a policy, so you implement the policy, that is rolled out to all department heads. That policy is followed, and if it isn't followed, they're reminded of the policy. I think the challenge we have is, I don't think it would be a personnel policy, it would almost be an account, it would have to be an accounting policy, because,
they have an
Sure.
accounting policy.
well, then I don't know how we're gonna get them to abide by it.
Because the library does seem to be in this weird limbo zone.
Alright, we can't worry about that right now.
Yeah.
To satisfy
But
this,
the-
we need to
but the
create a
journal
policy.
entries, the journal entries need to be approved by someone.
Mhm.
So again, who are you recommending to approve those?
So we recommend that the town enacts a policy that requires appropriate officials to authorize and review all general journal entries, so as to not circumvent the original approval process. So obviously it needs to be someone different that's reviewing them than the person that's approving them.
Correct.
So what I think would satisfy this for right now, and I can talk to him again, is we had talked about if I have the backup for what I'm doing, I have where it is, where it's gotta go attached to it, which is what I'm accustomed to doing, and it's already happening. He said that he would be happy with that, because I asked him, I said, okay, so realistically, who, as a select board member, is going to have the knowledge of debits and credits in
Yeah.
this situation and where this all, are you doing the right thing, are you doing the wrong thing?
Why couldn't it be Bonnie? Because, cause if one's doing one, why couldn't you do the other? Or, cause she is the bookkeeper, right? That's her title. I'm asking the question.
Well, this is appropriate official, so I think they're looking for somebody outside of the admin circle.
Sure,
Is what
That's
I
fair.
think. So,
but are they gonna know what they're looking at? It's one of those things of, sure, it looks good, but I have no idea what I'm putting my reputation on the line for.
well, if you're,
Cause I wouldn't feel comfortable, I'm not gonna sign off on it if I don't know what it is. 'Cause
right,
it would allow anyone under me to easily circumvent it, knowing I don't, not that anyone would do that.
okay, so here's what's gonna happen if things are entered and coded wrong, okay? You're gonna have, budgets that look funky. And I think one of my goals is to work with the select board and get them information that they understand what's going on, and I think I'd like to start with the budget statuses of each department on a monthly basis, because I think if I hand you the trial balance and I hand you the balance sheet,
Have a good evening.
You too.
As well.
Did we bore you,
Take care.
Ken?
Oh, no.
Okay.
I think that to get somebody acclimated to these budgets and where people are at with them, I think that that's the place to start, because I think if it's a trial balance or a balance sheet, y'all are just gonna use that as insomnia material,
Okay, well, yeah,
you
again,
know, like, it's
me
not gonna
asking
make
the
sense.
question about Bonnie was just, I just was asking the question. Cause the idea is to have two different people doing two different things, right? You don't have the
But
same
I-
person doing the same thing.
Right, but I think as far as the approval of a journal entry goes, I think that, she could sign off on it, right?
So,
But
and
is
walk me, Todd calls in
Mhm.
and says, hey, I wanna make a journal entry. Who's he calling? to
He
talk to?
doesn't ever do that.
Okay, so how does that
April would decide if something needed to have a journal entry made,
Okay,
nobody else.
okay, so well, you use you use the
Like,
example earlier about Bridget calling in and talking to Bonnie. And having her code something, that's the only reason I use that example.
Yeah, no, when the managers code something to their budget, right? There can be lots of things that happen. When you're
Okay.
entering it, it could be off by a digit. I mean, Nemrick is not real friendly when
Sure.
it comes to that kind of thing.
Yep.
You have to
So-
really be paying attention and, hey, things happen.
Okay,
You could have a Green Mountain power bill that gets coded to something weird, and then when,
Green Mountain Electric.
yeah, when Cheryl looks at her budget and she goes, wait a minute. That amount of expenses looks weird to me,
calls you, asks you to change it,
gives me she says, what's the detail? And I'm like, oh, look, something weird got put in there,
okay,
and then you take it out. But right now, a lot of my journal entries that are getting made are to clean things up.
okay. Alright,
So
so you need someone higher level of authority
to just,
to look this over after you've
yeah,
done what you've
like
done.
whether it's, you know, once a month, at the end of the month, you look at the general journal entry book and you go, yep. Journal entries, you know, yada, 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 from here to here are here, and the backup is here.
Okay.
This is why you did them, boom.
Gotcha. So yeah, select board person, I mean, it's gonna have to be, it will probably have to be the same individuals. The budget and finance. By having that same group do it, they'll become, you know, after a few months, they'll start to become familiar with the processes.
The processes and the problem childs. Okay. The next one, all internal controls should be in place to ensure that all cash accounts are included and reconciled monthly to the general ledger. In other words, bank accounts, that exist beyond the books.
I agree.
Expenses that are being spent out of them should be on the books. And we're working diligently to get there.
Mhm.
It's cleanup at this point, so. I don't know how you implement a control to make sure that all cash accounts are on the books. I honestly don't know how you would do that.
I mean, just a process, right? An SOP, like when money comes in, it gets, just so that it's, I don't know, like, it probably is already being done, but if there's nothing in place to say this is how it's done, then,
Well, when all of the different bank accounts existed, right, like the Veterans Monument account, like the GCEC account and all of those, and the fire department petty cash, that stuff wasn't on the book.
Yeah, which is why the issue here is, right, all those small accounts. And our assets, it's.
Burn them,
Yeah,
we're gonna get rid of them,
yep,
and we're going to do a bigger, you know, that general fund account that has everything in it is probably only gonna get bigger, and the little things that exist out in the field are gonna become non-existent.
They're gonna become what?
Non-existent.
Okay.
Like, we don't want a little GCEC bank account. We can do the same thing over and over again.
So how would you write the recommendation for this?
I would write the recommendation that, I don't know what the words I would use, but the smaller bank accounts, continue to be closed and consolidated with the general fund.
Okay.
Um,
Sounds like a good answer.
yeah, consolidation of accounts, right?
All right, so that is what we're gonna do there.
And the last one,
Select board warrants.
yes. So in other words, they don't wanna see general journal entries in that checkbook
Yeah,
to get things there,
yes, absolutely, which is what we talked, yeah.
right?
And we haven't been doing that since.
No, heck.
No, of course, but I'm just saying,
Yeah,
we, you know,
yeah, that was,
we're cleaning it up.
yeah, that was unfortunately a very unfortunate, that's called quick and dirty bookkeeping, they're kind of just doing things here or there to make things balance, but yeah, not good,
Instead of running it through cash receipts,
Correct.
instead of running it through accounts payable.
yes. Yeah, this way, there's total view of everything, not only for the select board, but for the community as well, you know?
And if we use email more, it'll be all documented. On what, like, if they say, hey, we need these approved, can we,
Well, it's typically approved in a,
On the
Meeting.
warrant, the blue.
yeah,
oh, I mean,
And the warrants are now posted in the packets
Yeah.
on the website.
yeah,
Right.
there's
I mean-
total transparency there.
I'm working with Bonnie so that we're working on when the electric bills come in and putting that on our calendar. At what point in time should you send the union dues? At what point in time should you send the beamers?
Mhm.
What time should we be looking for the Merrick's licenses from Cheryl, the dog licenses, all of that stuff.
Nice,
And that way, your books are cleaner, but you also aren't incurring late fees.
yeah,
Like the truck payments, the payments on the equipment, the payments on the buildings, payments on the land, all of that stuff should be on this calendar so that she can look at it and go, oh, wait, I'm doing the warrant for here. It should include this. And by sharing that information with her, she's gonna become armed and dangerous in
Yes.
making that happen.
communication is our best friend.
Yeah,
Like, I mean, ultimately, I actually just wrote expected timelines will allow better organization.
absolutely,
mhm,
absolutely.
So
And-
everything that we can expect, everything that we know that's gonna happen, there's a date involved.
Yes.
So why not have it on a calendar? You get a 3-day reminder, right? Or, we have Outlook, that's huge. That will allow this to happen better.
If it's on a calendar, though, she can look at it and say, select board meetings are here and here. This is when Cheryl needs her warrant, so these are the ones that need to be included in here. And there won't be any of these 3 warrant situations. Because I have to balance the checkbook.
yeah, no, I get it,
You notice that we're closing in on that.
yeah, that's good.
That's-
All right,
So like one thing that we had that wasn't being done was the payroll was never put on the warrants, right?
Right.
Correct, which
But
we're
now it
doing
is,
now.
right, okay.
Yes,
And anything else, like you're saying, an outlier there that is only happens every 3 months or something, it would be on her calendar and she would put it on the warrant, covering that period of time or whatever.
Yes,
Right, and like when payments are due once a year, right? Like that'll be on that date and you'll have notice that that's coming up. So you just don't, you're like, oh man, we didn't pay this.
we gotta get everybody in here.
Right.
Everyone sign this, oh no.
Automatic withdrawals are now on the warrant.
I implemented that in my own house.
I gotta say,
Everything
I
is automated.
feel we're in a much different place than we were at the start of the year, of last year.
oh, absolutely. I think next year you'll start to really notice the benefits of that, right? Right now, she's in the thick of it, she's up to her neck in it right now, but eventually she'll crawl out of it next year and things will be
Her
smoother.
finger will be better.
I hope that that's healing up, it looks,
I was giving her the benefit of the doubt.
Yes.
I gave her a few inches, okay, maybe a foot or two.
She's just swimming a little bit slower right now to the top. With that,
Alright,
with
so
that
what's
pinky.
our recommendation on that?
Yeah, well,
Well, we already approved the warrant, right? So that's being done already.
yeah, the town's debit card transactions are not included with the expense warrants.
So
Well,
they
that's
are
easy.
now.
They
We're now
are now.
we are now including debit card transactions on all expense warrants presented to the select board for approval.
And all periodic payments will show on the warrants.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
There.
maybe that's the best way to say it.
All entries are now on.
Yes, all transactions, right? All right. Good.
Alright,
Awesome.
alright, so now we can really dig into the
Go to the
budget
spreadsheet.
and get your hatchets ready.
Okay, can I bring up one more thing?
Sure.
So in there, so in there, I gave it to Devin, and I think you had one on your desk earlier, is gonna be the warning. That we're gonna need to know what we wanna put on the warning for the town. Because I'm gonna have to send that to the attorney to get all the little things. There are errors in this, because I just took off, I put down the articles that I thought we were gonna have. So I just want you to kind of look at this, say, are you in agreement with these articles? Then I can go clean it all up, bring it back to our meeting on the 8th. For you guys to approve. Well, we can't prove it, but we need to have a budget number before it's.
Right.
So, but those are the articles I don't know if we'll bring back, and everybody needs to know that the 4 votes are going to be everything except for the elected officials.
Mhm.
Unless you decide, and that's another thing, are we definitely going town meeting on the floor?
Yeah, I think,
That's another thing
well,
that's
we
gonna
should
change
discuss
us.
that, right? Obviously, I think let's start there, just because. I feel like if we don't do a town meeting, we're screwed either way, right? People are gonna be happy because you're doing a town meeting, which means everyone gets to show up. Have a conversation about the budget, but people are gonna be pissed because the people that aren't there don't get to vote. But there's nothing we can do about that. That's.
But aren't we obligated to do it then?
We can do something about that, but that.
Well,
requires
not
us to
this
bring
time
up town
around.
meeting.
Not this time around.
No, you still haven't affected
Start
COVID
the year.
rules, so we can still do this town meeting as an Australian ballot.
But then we wouldn't have any town,
But you
Right.
can have a town meeting.
and people,
So
I
this is,
feel
so
like,
this is your on the,
I know.
you want a
So-
town meeting or you want voter input?
This is what I think we need to consider. Yes, it would tick people off if we don't have a town meeting, like 150 people. And how many people would it take off if we don't bring up, in particular, it's about the fiscal budget. People wanted to have access to that vote. Would it be better for us to move to Australian ballot and then bring forward that vote? Would it be better for us to scrap town meetings so that everybody has access to that vote?
Yeah, I don't know.
My hesitancy is to bring that forward as a floor vote again, when people specifically asked us not to.
I think that when it comes to town meeting, you have a very, very small representation
Yeah,
of
You
the
do.
community. You have a very small representation. So if you look at it as option 1, with the town meeting, you have a very small representation. You're missing the biggest group of people that you need to catch
right.
as a municipality. The group that you need to catch are the 20-somethings. You need to begin to understand what they think, okay? They need to have a feeling that their voice
Thank you
is,
very much.
Thank you.
that their voice is being heard.
Yeah.
And to get them active in the community, okay? Because unless you grow up having parents that diligently say,
Thank you.
this is important, right? And they still don't do it, but yet when they see their paycheck,
I think
right?
the only challenge, I don't disagree with you, because I think by doing this, you get an opportunity for everyone to have input. But nobody gets to have a conversation with the board.
They do, but they do, kind of like the school board budget. Doug, when you were building the school board budget,
Yep.
didn't they have meetings?
Yep, nobody shows.
Right, and then you do
Absolutely
get an
nobody shows.
informational meeting that's gonna happen.
They're large.
So.
Yeah.
On the plates, so you're gonna have an informational meeting to let them know what's going on, but.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around the opportunities before us.
Skinny
Because of the
guy here.
COVID thing, is that we could still have a totally Australian ballot meeting this time around.
Yes.
Under COVID rules, but we couldn't go ahead and approve that for the future at that meeting.
No,
No, they would have to vote that.
Yeah, we would have to vote that.
We'd have to have a floor vote for Australian, right?
Yeah,
And I think personally, I think your best bet is to do a regular town meeting this year and ask the Australian question ballot item.
You're looking for mushrooms?
The town.
yeah, one of the articles.
That's probably yours. I think, I don't know.
Mine was a half BLT.
Oh, you got a half BLT?
Yeah,
I don't know, I don't see mushrooms all this long.
Oh, maybe that is
If you
mine.
wanna switch, that's fine.
No, I don't want mushroom. Probably or.
Thank you, I could use it.
big.
Easy first though.
If you find some mushroom is though, I'll be happy to switch.
Oh, has mustard or it does not?
I have mushrooms, he does not.
Mine is a BLT, I don't know what other people got.
I'm sure the
This
only
looks
deal.
like it has mushrooms. This looks like it has
That-
mushrooms.
So yes, to answer your question, this did hurt.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, what happened?
Sorry.
I crossed my finger.
No,
Well, that's not fun.
No,
no mushrooms? Okay.
How do you do that?
putting wood in the furnace.
You want some chips?
Good, thanks.
I have an outdoor furnace that burns 36-inch wood.
Ouchie.
Yep.
I was wondering at first how that happened with the furnace, but no, I get it.
All I
It's a
was
lot of
doing,
wood.
I went like that, like I do every night. And apparently. On the end of my finger.
All right, so what do you guys think about town meeting or no town meeting?
Well, one way or another, to go to a total Australian ballot. If we didn't have a town meeting, we couldn't do that for the future. So I guess we should have a town meeting this time. And that is one of the items that we go to Australian in the future.
You can do that anyway. You can do it either way, Carl, no?
Couldn't we, yeah, we couldn't do that?
No, you can't do that. That's what we wanted to do last year.
Mhm.
If you do Australian ballot, you cannot ask the question
During the Australian ballot.
during Australian ballot.
So I think we need to really ask is, what item is more important? Cause I'm fine with doing a town meeting day and asking the Australian ballot question. My only problem is
Would
that
you rather have a metaphor?
we had the fiscal
No,
budget here
Thank you.
on there without Australian ballot. We could hold off on the fiscal vote and save that until we have Australian ballot.
I'd recommend we do regular town meeting.
Okay.
And have as one of the articles that in future years we would go to Australian.
Yeah.
And that our budget would be
Because-
one of the articles to be approved at the open meeting. And that's the more critical issue and, I think hopefully we can defend our budget well enough so people would approve it. If not, we go back to the drawing board.
Okay, so we would have a town meeting. Right?
Mhm.
Walk me through this. We would have a town meeting,
Mhm.
but we would, and one of the articles would be to move to Australian ballot
In future years.
in future years.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Mhm. That's the only way we can do it for the future
Yeah.
year. Okay.
yeah, so we're satisfying the long-term goal of being able to have a traditional.
Is there a lag
Right,
time
unless
between
the
when we can
board-
implement
yeah.
it? We wouldn't be able to
Of Australia.
vote for Australian, it would have to be for 2025.
So that's what you're, but if the board decides they don't want that method, then it gets voted down.
But you have to ask it from the floor.
Right,
But we have to ask it from the floor.
right.
There's gonna have to be an education component again with this, because people are gonna be pissed when they don't understand.
That we don't have the fiscal year, or that we don't, that we're going to Australia.
No, that we're,
I forget
No matter
about the
what-
fiscal year on this.
yeah, I almost,
Okay,
yeah,
and we asked for it in a year when we have Australian ballot.
well, we can ask, see what, how Cheryl, or, Cheryl, how, April feels about that, unless she feels strongly that we shouldn't wait. But if we don't ask for it now,
Yeah.
it's gonna be even longer before we can move to a fiscal year.
That's true.
Be another year.
Another year or or a special election.
Or that's true, it could be done in this, you're right, okay, so it could be done in a
Couldn't
special.
do it in the special election 2024.
If we thought it was that dramatic. In other words, we've been doing it this way for 40 years or more, okay?
True.
So,
I mean, I think we should be in a fiscal budget, but we already brought it before the town and they voted no.
yeah, right, we gave.
But
them-
down the road, if we go to Australian ballot, then we can bring it up again
Absolutely.
and more people will vote on it.
Yeah.
Right. That's
If you
gonna
go to
be,
Australian ballot, and that passes, you could next year, because we have a presidential election. You could also do your municipal,
We have three elections this year.
right, so you could do it at one of those elections, and you would be able to do it by Australia.
Oh, nice,
yeah, well,
okay, so there you go.
If Australian ballot passes, we could then ask for that budget by Australian ballot anytime during that year.
So that's a great idea, so we postpone doing the physical change during this
mhm,
upcoming meeting,
mhm.
knowing if it does pass, we have an opportunity,
Right, you got three other,
3 opportunities throughout
Elections.
the year.
it's not like you'd have to really run a special election,
Yep.
she's got three others going, so.
Yep.
But preferably not during this. I'm gonna request not during the presidential election.
We'll see, we'll see.
The August one, okay, no.
So September, November, you said?
August.
So we still have an option to get fiscal year in there.
Mhm.
Because of the
In
election.
2024.
If we agree to put Australian ballot on it,
So I think,
which they need to approve.
I think we should cut the fiscal year from this warning and just
Me
do
too.
Australian
Okay.
ballot.
I agree.
You wanna
So-
cut the fiscal year?
Here what we're
For
saying,
now.
hear us out. We want to have a town meeting. Right, but put an article on there to move to Australian ballot. If they approve that and our budget. We now then have 3 additional opportunities throughout 2024 to be able to put that
Yeah,
on there without having an additional special election, and we can do it by Australian ballot.
right.
More people will vote on it.
It would have to be a special election.
Yeah, but we're already gonna have 3
It would be within
elections
2024.
throughout 2024 already.
But when? In 2024?
It'd be August.
Wouldn't be any different than voting it in March.
Or November.
Yeah, it's gonna
March or April. August.
No, the window's been missed.
Right, so,
Well, we have a, what do you call it, a primary in August anyway, right?
Right, we could do it in August.
Okay, so that would be what we shoot for.
Orange don't get.
so, yeah, I think that that's our best bet. That's our closest thing to a win-win.
Okay.
Do we have?
Why would you, what would be the purpose of taking it off?
So that we could have the fiscal year vote
I didn't make them.
through Australian ballot. People
I don't want them, then they're.
asked us to do it.
Sorry.
They're
in a way
below my
with
standard.
more town.
All those cookies already.
To use the
And
vernacular,
also,
use the vernacular that was used by somebody.
I gave them away.
Other people other than fossils would actually vote on it, okay?
I didn't use that vernacular.
I've heard the word, heard dinosaur,
Yeah.
not quite fossils.
But it would get us out of the usual, the people, it would expand us beyond the people that normally show up for a town meeting.
Mhm. Yeah, Cheryl.
So are you thinking about dissolving the town meeting and going strictly to Australian ballot?
No, if we vote to go to Australian ballot, we, in future years, we still can do town meetings
No, you
in
can't.
future years.
Mm-mm.
No?
No, that's the one thing Fred was kind of talking about in a meeting here.
Yeah, that gets
Once
rid
you
of
go,
town
once you go to Australia ballot, there's no more showing up to,
Right,
you know, have that discussion.
it's informational meetings like the school has.
Oh,
Right,
But if you're gonna participate in something, it makes more sense to participate in an informational meeting. And you're gonna have a bigger effect than, use this as an example with your budget, okay?
Mhm.
I stand up at town meeting and I say, I vote to approve the budget as written with $200,000 cut out of it.
Mhm.
I can do that.
Mhm.
Okay? Do you have any time to prepare for that or to prepare your staff for that? The answer is no. But in an informational meeting, and the only place that they can change that is, I mean, you can stand up at an informational meeting and say, listen, that I think that it should be this, or we're all gonna vote it no. But you can participate.
No, I see what you're saying. I just assumed that because we were using COVID rules, that was a stipulation, not because we were using Australian ballot.
Yeah, it frustrates the hell out of me why you can't have a town meeting. And also have everyone vote, but
we tried that
Yep.
last year.
We're trying.
The reason that they don't want that to happen is because they think people can vote twice. I mean, if it's a voice
Knocked down
vote,
by the
you know,
attorney.
what's,
yeah, if it's, I
Because you're
think that,
superseding, the COVID rules are allowing you to supersede your town meeting because of COVID. But what they don't wanna let you do is,
Thank
you. because we already have a floor vote on the budget, that you're doing essentially what we wanna do, which is to get an Australian vote on the budget. They don't wanna let that happen, so that's why they're saying you can't do that. So the only thing you can do is to move to Australian ballot, is to have a town meeting and do the Australian ballot vote from the floor. And then next year, anything that would happen after that could be done through Australian
It
ballot.
is a little weird, though. You'd think that people, you know, if you're gonna get an Australian ballot vote passed, you wanna do it by Australian ballot, so that more people can participate. People that would show up to a town meeting that would not like. Australian.
That's
Correct.
why it's not always passed.
Mhm.
I mean, you have to get people out to show up to the meeting to
Mhm.
get it passed.
So you're right, we would need a lot of information out there.
well. I still think we should have a town meeting, you get people to show up, you plead your case, right? Especially if we're trying to get Australian ballot on there, we're definitely gonna have to plead our case. And also explain to them, you know, what we're trying to do with changing the budget.
Well, as April also pointed out, we also need to be prepared for somebody to be like, oh, let's cut $500,000 from this budget just for whatever.
Well, not during this upcoming meeting.
Yeah.
Well, they could.
They can add money to it too, they can say, we don't have the money.
Father was
We
the
need to-
king of making those motions.
But again, we need to.
Wait, who can do that?
Any
Anybody.
voter,
They can
any
cut
voter,
it.
my dad used to do it every year.
Whoa. So this is new to me.
Not in the town meeting?
I understand shutting it down and saying, hey,
No,
I want
yay
it,
or nay.
but they can cut it?
On the
Yes,
whole
sir.
budget gets
Yeah.
discussed. So they will nitpick the budget completely during town meeting,
Absolutely.
and they might say, and jokingly, I always call it Ken's bridge, because every year at town meeting, Ken always used to bring up, he wants that bridge fixed, and he wanted to put money in the budget right there on the floor to fix the bridge.
Absolutely.
And it
And
would,
he can make that
it would
happen.
get voted down, but he would every year he
And
proposed that.
who votes it?
The floor, they'll hold they hold the
It's a
floor,
little,
right down in
little
there.
box, put it in the box, yes or no.
Yeah. They'll either call.
Go over
roll
Vermont
call
town
or-
government.
I had a classic example. happened one day when I was, well, where would I have been? Oh, I guess, I was just sitting in the audience, but I pled a case because I think I think it was Susanna. She said, I think the sand budget is too high, I mean, she brings it up at a meeting. I don't know if you were there that time. I think we should cut it by $10,000 or something, whatever the sand budget was,
Remember that.
And I got up and I said, this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. You're coming to a meeting where you had all the opportunities to come to budget meetings before this and say, you think we're putting too much sand, money in for sand, and I got them to change it and they defeated her motions, but it was, I forget it was her, but I think it was, okay.
Are we gonna have the department heads there as well to speak to their
I
areas?
think we should.
No, you guys do.
I mean, why
Devin
can't we
presents
though?
the
Why,
budget.
why couldn't we though?
Yep.
Why couldn't we?
Because
a
it's,
holiday
you
for
get,
the.
I understand it's our decision. But again, you have the people that know their budgets the best are the people that built them and they can best defend them. We can back them up all day long.
Mhm.
I feel like it's a misrepresentation of those departments. If you do not have at the very least your department up there, and I think you can have them, you just don't typically do that, but you absolutely can.
And a lot of places don't recognize holidays.
What's that?
She said it was a holiday.
It's a holiday for our employees for their
Right.
contract.
Sure, but we can pay our department heads to come in
Yeah.
and sit in during our, process. Because again, I'll defend it till I'm blue in the face, but again, Keith and Todd knows their budgets way better than we do, and,
Mhm.
I just feel like, I don't know, I feel like,
I agree with you, but
I
I think that as long as, I think the best that we can do anyways is encourage them to show up.
sure,
And at the end of the day, as long as we know the general language that we want to use to present this budget, I think that we have as good a shot at getting it passed as any.
This is how we push it. If you as a department want more money for something, this is your chance.
well, not more, but I would be careful with those words.
Well, anybody can say, hey, we wanna put more money into this specific thing,
Yeah,
Right,
or take money out.
I would caution that though, because they then could go rally the troops and try to pump people up to pump up their budgets, and now we're dealing with the repercussions of having to raise the tax rate.
Right, but in the
Here's-
last couple of years, Todd's had to work because of snowstorms and ice storms during that budget, so.
Yeah.
There's a chance that he would not be able to attend.
That's fine, and he can give
So-
us highlights if he
So,
wants to. and again, he's
Information
kinda done
that
anyway.
shares, puts us into abject horror aside, we know that we will go forward with, one, let's see, what do we got here? 2, 4, no, 1, 2, 3, and 4,
Mhm.
and we're just gonna cut 5.
Mhm.
Okay,
Hold on a second.
now,
No,
let's talk about the budget.
Next looking at something.
Oh.
You just hand it to me.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
anybody want cookies? Doug?
Yeah, we're gonna remove Article 5. What about the bond vote for the bridges?
Yeah, that's what I'll be on there. We're gonna have enough information.
As much as we can.
You will have as much as I possibly can compile.
Yeah, we need to have that on there. Cause we're gonna be allocating $500,000 of ARPA money. Now, the question is, are we doing 1 or 2?
I,
think are we just doing the one? And we're letting the other one sit in hopes that it rises to the higher level of the list? I just don't think you're gonna get it passed if you do 2, but I could be wrong.
well, you could separate them, right? 2 different articles.
Yeah.
If
Yeah,
you're doing them under one bond.
yeah.
I hate to point that,
Well,
way to get that bad, but
I
I
can
think
tell you what
you're
it's gonna
right, we
look
should
like.
focus on what we can get
What's
past.
that?
can tell you what it's gonna kind of look like. Because it'd be, for two of them, it'd be about the same as the highway garage,
Mm-hmm.
so.
With a hiked interest rate.
Yeah, I think we really should be doing one.
Well, even if you did, yeah.
Just do the, you know, the
And that
one.
doesn't have the
And we're
interest on
putting
it, right?
500,000 towards it, that's great.
Yeah, no, I'll just put in like 175 right here, should be close. So we're at 12.78.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, as far as increase?
Can we?
And
do-
which bridge are
can
we
you do-
focusing on?
Can you actually,
That would bring you up to 19.32.
Can you actually lock that-
7%.
Yeah,
can you lock that row, so when we make changes, it'll make changes on the fly, so you don't have to scroll all the way
Yeah,
up?
freeze pane.
Can you only have one?
Yeah,
yeah, you can only have one freeze pane.
Well, you can do the whole.
I have to do
all
rows,
three?
3 rows.
Yeah, top 3 rows.
Oh, I hate really.
So you're saying, do the one bridge. Which is what, 1.3 million, it's a more expensive bridge. Take 500,000 from that, which is allocating ARPA money to. So it'd be $800,000 on it, correct?
Well, we go for the whole 1.3, and then because what
I
they'll
think that's what
do,
we talked about.
what they'll do is we don't have to use it, and we can put it back towards the principal, right? You know. We might even save some interest on that.
Well, I know we said we were gonna allocate $500,000 of ARPA money, right? But the
It's not
problem
locked
is
in three.
we don't know how much the bridge is going to cost, all we have is a stale estimate. So, to your point, Jamie, right, we're gonna say we're going to bond 1.3. Assuming that it's gone up in price,
Right.
but to the voters, hey, guess what? If the estimate actually comes down, the actual price is probably gonna be far less than that.
Right.
And we will only bond what's needed, right?
So we should add. We will add the bond vote in its number 5.
Or, yeah, and which bridge is it?
It's the bridge on Mill River Road in the dip. It's the
Oh,
one
yeah,
that's the
the one.
greatest safety hazard in town, as far as I'm concerned.
So
Yeah.
instead of going, when I went to the banks,
1.3.
originally it was $3 million, $3.5 million. That we were talking about,
Right.
Nice.
so,
Freeze the right pane.
Wait a
So-
minute, I didn't mean to cut you off. I thought it was the Arrowhead Lake Bridge that we were doing, because wasn't it the Mill River Road Bridge? Or am I getting them
The
confused?
Arrowhead Lake one is just
one
the surface.
And that's the one that could qualify, right? Which
No.
one?
Yeah, that's the one that could be the worst bridge in Franklin County.
No.
That's not.
No, that's not right. That's the one we're skimming. That's the one we're.
Right, that's the
Right.
165,000 we already have
Right.
in the budget.
Right.
The Mill River Road Bridge is the one that you wanna wait on.
Which is, if you go to the end of Mill River, take a left, it's
So
that
we are
way.
It's that
waiting.
bridge right there,
Right.
that's the one that qualifies.
Yep,
The one on Mill River Road
Yep,
is the one that is not big enough to qualify, but
Right.
they're gonna make it big enough to qualify.
right. And it should be widened, right? Like they
Yeah,
can
it
widen
needs to be
that.
widened.
I mean, that's the whole process, it needs to be wide.
Yeah.
It's gonna come
How
out
much do
to
people
the
use
level
that
of-
Mill River Bridge,
Uh,
worst in the state,
Hmm?
or worse than Franklin? Does that see a lot of traffic?
Every
Which
day.
one?
sees ag traffic too.
I mean, both of those bridges are, I mean, from Georgia Shore, if you're going towards St. Albans, you go up Mill River.
Yeah, it's one way.
okay, so we have 3 bridges total, one of them at 165,000, and that was which one?
Resurface. It's the, I call it
That's
the
in the
low
budget.
bridge. It's.
What's it called?
That's,
You're-
it's the hybrid, the Georgia High Bridge.
Georgia High Bridge, then you have the Arrowhead Lake Bridge. Which is the
No.
1.1 million, these are just notes that I've taken
So-
down from our.
Yeah,
So the
that's-
Arrowhead Lake one, I think is the high bridge.
So
'Cause
that-
that's
Right,
right,
that's
that's on
165,000.
Arrowhead, right.
That is a deck, you're buying
Yes.
a bridge deck.
Replacing the deck.
No,
Or sorry,
We're
surface.
just
that's a
resurfacing.
just resurfacing, so you
The
don't have
deck
to
one is one on
replace.
Georgia Shore Road.
The deck road is the one on Georgia Shore Road,
Right.
that's the 1.1 million or whatever. And then the other one is the one that's on Mill River Road.
Right.
Arrowhead Lake Bridge was the 160, okay, Georgia Shore Bridge needs new deck, walls, shear studs, whatever, okay, that's 1.1.
Yeah.
Now,
The
what is
one
that
that I'm
called?
recommending we do
Sure.
is listed as Mill River road bridge.
Yeah,
Her plans from cross engineering, et cetera, road closed for construction, I mean, it have to be closed, I think,
yeah,
that's 1.4. Yeah,
and that's also.
1,480,000.
And that's the
I'm
one
just
we're
going to-
waiting, the Mill River Road Bridge is the one we're waiting on because we,
No,
That's
the
what
road
you
to
need to
shore.
So, point of order, do we need to know which bridge? We know
Yes.
that
Yeah,
we're gonna
because
have
it's
the money.
different price.
We're
It's
talking
But
1.5.
can we sort that out after this meeting?
no, well,
It's already all sorted.
and I'd like to have it documented, that's the.
Yeah.
Cause I've already had this documented once and it's not accurate, so I wanna make sure it's accurate.
We can,
So
we
which,
can document that in an
which
email.
one are we moving forward with?
The Mill River Road Bridge.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's the one that we don't think could qualify for funding
Correct, because
because
it's too small.
Because we do have something that we really should be devoting our attention to, and that's this budget right
Well,
here.
yeah,
Oh, it's
well, I
part
mean,
of the
this
budget.
is, this is part of the budget.
I understand, but,
We still got an hour and a half.
Mm,
And the Georgia
I'm backing
Shore
out
Bridge,
for
we
that.
are waiting on. Crossing that one
So if
out.
I, figure 75,000 a year for that,
for what?
for the 1.5 million? as a
For
payment?
1.5 million?
I go 1.5, this was 1,480.
Okay, so on $3 million, you are paying 360, no, you're paying $257,000. $250,000, ooh, bonus. $294,000? Yeah, no, I would say, with the interest rate being what it is, I would say the very minimum, 80,000 and
5 million.
60,000 interest.
Bridge resurfacing.
Does that make sense?
Yes, thank
So
you.
140.
Oh, it drives me nuts when stuff doesn't line. What's the arrowhead bridge, yeah.
So this is gonna be,
Well, that's if that passes, right?
right, but yeah.
Yep.
It's great about the right thing to do.
So
Getting out of here with that headache.
Or money,
For the flooding,
there's more flooded?
I prayed in the Senate this morning. Before they started their session.
All right,
Okay,
so I don't know if you want me to keep that in there or take that out for right now, I can pick one up. I have it in the budget line item just to give us a placeholder and to kind of show you what that would do if it gets passed. Because that's gonna take you up, it's gonna roughly add.
6%?
Yeah, probably almost 7, I think.
It's actually less than 6, because we're at 112, right? 112 point something.
Yeah, so it's 118. Yeah, so 5% roughly, at the end. So that right on its own is a 5% increase.
Okay. But that's gonna, honestly, that's gonna have to pass down to the voters though. The
I know, but
taxes.
you gotta be able to explain that to them, what it's gonna do to their taxes.
Yep,
Nope, that's perfect.
so it's about a 5% increase?
Yeah,
Yes.
bless you.
But we would need to, yeah, be able to speak to those
Well,
numbers.
Is that,
roughly,
You have to break it all the way out.
but
so
though,
that
we're
it's-
basing that on the entire bond of 1.5
no.
million, or
We
we
reduced it.
reduced it?
Yep, just by guessing, but again, this estimate is totally an estimate.
Right.
And
Yeah.
you're not basing it on what the feds do with the current interest rate,
Yep,
you know, they could keep that up there for a
and
while.
we'll be able to speak to what that translates to dollars to
Roughly,
customers.
yeah, you'd have to take a grand, you don't have a grand list, so you'd have to take a grand list from Bill, that would be approximate to divide it out so you can get a tax rate out of it.
Okay,
I have
And
one,
it's done
I
in
have that
common.
number.
Yeah, I remember.
yeah, as long as we have that at the ready for
Yeah.
the meeting.
Okay, so we're just doing one bridge. That was the first decision we made. Okay, all right. I mean, well, except the other one, the resurfacing, but I mean, for
Right,
intensive
I have that
purposes,
one in there.
the big one. And, okay. That might be where we wanna put some of that extra ARPA money is into that 500,000.
I don't know if 40 grand's gonna matter much.
Hmm?
40 or 50 grand, like, at the end, honestly, I don't know if that's gonna,
You might need it just to cover the bridge,
Yeah,
yeah.
Mhm.
because you're at 1.5. But who knows, I mean, the bridge could be 2 million now, you know, with prices, so.
yep,
And is that a bridge where you've gotta build a temporary bridge or can you?
They're gonna
build-
shut it down,
And it's a one-way bridge,
yeah.
you're going around. Which is okay if you go south, right, because there's many different roads that cross over Route
Yeah.
7, but.
Yeah.
So they
It'll
don't have
impact
to
those
put a
people.
temporary bridge? That's one of your biggest expenses, right?
That won't do a temporary bridge, and
Okay.
there's actually a free temporary bridge right now.
Okay, let's start at the top
yeah,
end.
let's start whittling down.
Put the blinders on here.
Okay, so coming down through, the first section here, we already talked about, I lowered these interest on delinquent tax and delinquent tax based upon the actual numbers that we have. These fees, we've kind of gone over, we've reduced a lot here in the clerk's office, we've increased on the zoning office. Everything else is pretty much in line, I don't think there's anything here that's really kind of out of the ordinary too much.
No,
State aid, these numbers are what we've got coming in. So there really isn't much there. School reimbursement we have, the only one here, cell tower rent payments, did we get that figured out yet?
They still have not gotten back to me. I've called her twice. I've left emails. She's tried to contact them. I'll
Who's she?
try again tomorrow.
Like
It's
a-
Caitlin.
So,
our payments have gone down, right?
yeah, our payments are going down, I just don't know how good that number is.
So that could be a potential.
Yeah, I mean, we're
What
already
did you have in
down
there?
30,000, 64,000. I mean, we collected 75 this year, so
Okay,
hoping that's a good number, but,
okay. Yeah, it looks pretty consistent when you look at the number, the percentage that is dropping year over year.
yeah. These right here, this is one of those areas that we've gotta kind of figure out, the revenue to restricted funds, transfer to, you know, all this transfer to ARPA. This was for the
Recreation.
recreation director.
Yep,
But these two right here, we'd have to look and see. I think, I don't know, we'd have to figure those two out. Those are 1/6s as well, so
Which two?
the revenue restricted fund and revenue impact fee fund.
Well, the
Okay, so
transfer,
the revenue impact fee fund, the 1/6, okay? What happens is it sits there and then it's moved to the 3. So you're bringing that money in, that's the expectation of the money that you're bringing
And
in.
3 impact fees.
Yeah, but we can work on that later.
Well, I mean, so this comes directly back to the number of houses. This year we built 8 houses. That's it.
yep,
So, you know, if you say 8 houses at, what is it, 3.3, 3.5, something like that. So $26,000. So,
yeah,
that's, maybe brought in 38 this year, 25 the year before, so,
okay,
I mean. That's where I was saying, trying to get rid of some of the restrictions that we have on developers, so that
absolutely.
they can build more houses, we're not restricting them to only 5.
I would love that.
8, But we
I
gotta,
would love that,
You gotta-
especially single family homes.
right, but you gotta get that through. You gotta get that through planning,
Yeah, yeah.
so.
And get them on the same page.
Maybe I'll go back to the planning commission. Is there any open seats?
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah,
we have 2 people running, Chuck. Chuck Cross and,
They're done for.
so far, I mean, that's what.
Well, and there might be another.
Brian and Heather getting into it, huh?
So. Well, she went
She went
for the
last year.
position last year,
Mhm.
so. So restricted fund, revenue restricted fund,
Revenue restricted fund?
Yeah.
That's money from restricted funds that you're planning on putting into your budget. I think we just solved our own little circle problem.
okay? From the down below problem, well, that doesn't, well, okay, we'll have to check that, you might be
Yep,
right.
yep.
Yeah,
No, we gotta look at the history there behind that.
So where would we,
So it's
like,
going where?
like the resurfacing of that bridge?
So
With the
your
160.
restricted funds.
right, cause that was
Mhm.
the 165,000, we only spent 130, but we
Or maybe
budgeted
3
381. So I
That's
think
where
she's
the
right,
money
I think
is.
that's
That's
that,
where $138,000 is.
so it would
But
balance
you can
out.
see
So you
that.
put the 165 in
Okay,
there,
so there's our.
Yes.
I just wanted to get it for now.
so that would even that out, so that would,
It would be a wash.
so what happens if you throw it in there? Look
What's
at
that do to our?
Because this is revenue, we're not. that's not
You-
expense.
that, boom, see,
Now we're down at 105 again.
yeah,
All right.
If that's right, yes,
So we need to research that.
Okay.
that's what I'm saying, some of these we have to kind of.
so yeah, we were adding, but we weren't subtracting it back
Yeah.
out, even though we already had it,
Right.
so.
These are all zeros for a while, highway grant revenue. Yeah, there was a zero, I mean, those are ones I think you don't really budget for unless you know.
Unless you know. you
Yeah.
can. And if you do, that's a blessing.
This online payment one, we've got a category for it, but that's the dog licenses.
That's
Okay.
not there anymore. That's not a,
So we're gonna have to.
Alright.
So these are impact fee expenses here, which come out of the impact fees up above. So we're at 19 and we're saying 25 or whatever above, so,
Over $5,000 of the good.
yeah, that's some of those.
Mhm.
So let's get down here to. These are all those reserve fees.
Yeah.
Which I think is what she was just saying, but right now it's a wash because I'm showing,
165.
165.
Okay.
yeah. So. Um. Okay, so general government, so. Select board salaries, administrative salaries, this is who's in that. So you have your, the ZA clerk, the administrator, and the bookkeeper.
Bookkeeper's down here, or what, or does that say admin?
That's in the admin salaries, I'm just
Okay.
kind of pulling over the data so you can see it. These are all the retirement, everything that goes with that line item there. Fire warden salaries wasn't budgeted in the past because the fire warden wasn't taking it, but now we have a new fire warden. Select board expenses, none of these are really out too much. Legal expenses, we went up.
What's the thing about it saying approximately 23,000 left at the end of 24?
Where are you looking?
Your notations up here when you click on the cell. Looks like just a little note or breakdown.
Yeah, so basically looking at. We think, so. We're trying, there was monies that were put in to the budget. Into some of these categories to help offset some of the other things that we weren't sure of at the time.
Yep.
So I think. There was about 23,000 in here, but I'm not 100% sure on that, that's why
Okay.
there's kind of a question there. To look at, to go back and look at to see if that's where we're gonna end up or not, so.
Well, it says at the end of 24, not at the end of
It should be at the
23.
end of 23, so,
which line are you looking at?
Salaries.
salaries. Because we had monies in there and then they got pulled and,
Well, we're still waiting on a couple payrolls.
right, so
Well,
that's
yeah.
why we're getting different,
Yeah.
well, I think I was trying to calculate that in there.
Yeah, we should definitely still have some money left over there, because I know
Right.
that was an area where you put some,
Right, we were, yeah, well, yeah,
it was a pocket, basically.
so insurance is up a little bit, that's pretty
Well,
much.
where was legal? Because I thought we were over on legal, but.
Well, as of this one, we weren't over, yeah, on legal, I don't,
Thought we
this
were.
one, I don't know. Do
Okay.
you have a more current one to know where legal's at?
The legal's also going up, just so you know, they're raising the rates to $2.50 an hour.
What was it before?
What's the account number, Doug, for legal?
1705054300.
Do we think we're gonna have as many legal fees this year, knowing that we're not gonna be in a union contract? I mean, we were using legal pretty heavy
Yeah,
this past year.
Mhm.
I mean, that's fine to budget for it, because that gives us a little padding, but.
Then you may have another purpose that you need legal trouble.
Yeah, but we'll have all of the policies and ordinances
Oh, sure.
are gonna have to go through
Sure,
legal.
but that's no different than any year, though. I mean, I think those.
Yeah, we don't
things-
send too many, but if we're going, you know, depending on what gets passed and this and that, they may all have to be going back for rewording and stuff, so.
Yeah,
So I would definitely leave a little extra in legal versus coming up too short.
well, yeah, so we budgeted 40,000. And we're at 90% of that, but we just went through a union negotiation, where
Yeah.
we literally had her. By our side pretty much almost weekly.
yeah, but that should all be built out by now.
Well, yeah, to my point, that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at an increase. We budgeted. What did we budget? 45,000 for
And you totally
23?
spent 40,139.78.
Yeah, that's the number I have in here.
Yep,
And that's with their last bill that they just.
and you said they're also going.
Unless
up
there's
too,
something on that
right?
warrant.
Yeah, so they're gonna go up. at
Those
40 bucks
warrant
now.
expenses are the only thing that are in here.
All right, so let's leave that. I mean, yeah, we can leave that for there for now.
Okay.
We are a little heavy though, and what is this one? Which one are we in right now? Cause the bottom numbers.
Which, oh, this one,
18%.
property casualty insurance. Yeah.
No, I took it up the total.
Rugiano, right?
Well, yeah.
Total line is.
Yeah, well, you went, yeah, you're up on legal, you're up on, well, Ruggiano's up a little bit. Admin contracted services is up a little bit, and property and casualty is up, so yeah.
Yeah, many of those things we have no control over.
Yeah.
All right, cool. As long as we can speak to it. that's-
What does Rugiano do?
He's right now doing that 3 little stuff.
Oh,
Yeah, for your wastewater.
So loan payments, this is now down to just these loan payments, which we didn't move over into each category.
Okay.
So you have your fire station, the Gilman land purchase, highway garage building, and the loan interest, which, that's a kind of a question we've been talking about is leaving loan interest separated from all of these are payments on principal only.
Mhm.
This is the interest on everything.
Yeah.
It's not broken out by everything, but if you wanna keep it that way, or you wanna put these into these totals.
Yeah, so last year's report, it was all fed through this, right? Everything was all just.
Nope, it was the same one.
Okay, good, then let's keep it.
So,
All right, good.
okay.
I mean, you're just looking at that you're paying almost 120,000 in interest every
That's the,
The only thing, Doug, there, we didn't put in the bridge.
year. I have the bridge here,
Yeah.
I just have it off to the side because it's not
Okay. But
technically
it's
gonna be in
Still
your
in
main
the totals
budget.
or?
No, I don't have it in the total right now, but I can pull that over if you wanna see what that does to it. But
yeah, just keep in mind that'll directly float down.
It's about 5%. so
Yeah.
Roughly. Town clerk. So this has gone up, but that's because it was incorrect in the budget last year. I think that's where it was up above, possibly.
Yeah, that's interesting that was not budgeted correctly.
It
It was put in the admin.
It was
instead of-
budgeted correctly,
Oh,
but
okay.
it wasn't put into the report
I
correctly.
see, okay, no problem.
And then you also have a new minimum wage increase, which is why this number is so large.
Yep.
Between that and 3 elections next year, so every 4 years, you're gonna see that kind of go up. I think everything else is pretty straightforward, unless there are any questions on any of those.
Yeah, and it'll be good, even once this file is done. All of these notes are actually really helpful, and it would be something to have this file when when we have the town meeting.
Right.
Being able to speak to, cause again, when we're flipping through the book, I'm not gonna remember that line, I mean, you probably would, because you're
Oh,
in
no,
this,
I
you
use-
live in this.
Yeah, I use these numbers, that's why I make these notes.
Nice,
so you can
okay.
Go back and look at.
But
Alright.
Doug, all those half shared with
Yeah, we gotta
admin,
fix that.
those all have to come out because the admin doesn't get any benefits.
Right, so we have to, I know I have to that's why I have the note in here, we haven't fixed that.
I switched it on the other spreadsheet that we weren't gonna get. to,
With-
That's fine.
Okay,
The potential of us adding another full-time position next year. Does that put us into FMLA? Cause weren't we one
And
person?
I've got a training coming up for that.
Okay, cause we were one person, I thought we were one role short
I
from,
think they changed it and they've lowered the number, so we may be able to.
So we will be.
Anyways.
well.
I'd like
there's-
to know.
Yeah, but that's a cost to us then. That's an expense to us, is it not?
Yeah, I haven't, the training hasn't come up yet, it's on my.
I know, but-
Right.
If that's gonna impact our budget though, that's something we need to be budgeting for, cause if we now need to offer that,
Mhm.
cause.
well, there's no budget to it.
Okay.
They're taking it, with FMLA, you're taking it without pay, you just have,
Oh, that's right.
you have to
Okay.
promise them their job.
Yes,
You
yeah,
can't fire them for it.
yeah, okay, alright,
But,
alright.
But there's gonna be positions that you have to pay somebody.
There's a
right,
certain
you might have
percentage, right?
to, well, no, you might have to have somebody cover that position if they're out, that's where the cost would come.
But it would come out of their salary that they had joined the
No.
budget,
No.
right?
Yeah, it would come out of their
Oh, yes.
salary,
Yeah, if they're not taking
cause
the pay,
they're not getting paid for it.
then you would use the money that you would be paying them to pay for the person covering the position.
That's
It
right.
might cost you
Without
more though,
leave,
I mean,
yeah.
it's hard to really predict,
Okay.
so.
You
So
said,
what is
when do you use your training?
Oh, I can go look at
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
So does that mean we can remove all the ones in yellow?
The ones in yellow are getting changed. Not everything is gonna get removed, but some of this has to get corrected, the rest of this will be staying.
But it
It's like
should
a
be,
$30,000 item,
yeah,
we all put that all together, right, it's about 30 grand.
Yeah, but that's in this number. But the yellow just means like we have to look at it.
Sure.
Or she has to move it, because right now this is in a benefits line item.
sure.
And we're moving it out of the benefits line item and into the departments. But I'm doing it on a spreadsheet, she has to do it in memory.
Now, I thought this was already updated, cause I thought I took out the clerk and put the correct figures in there.
This is the one April just gave me.
I know, but I think the one I gave you, I had already made those changes.
We'll go back and check it.
I'll have to look.
It's an easy one to.
So the town clerk one is heavy, but it shows heavy because again, there was an incorrect number put in last year.
Yeah.
So we can speak to
That and
that.
your, right, and
That
clerk's salaries
and-
went up.
Yeah, clerk salaries went up, minimum wage went up. Yeah.
So we actually have to change that number for a treasurer. Cause that's a number without the insurance included, or with,
Insurance doesn't go there.
no, but the insurance is below.
No, not for the treasurer. They have their own line item. The treasurer has a separate section. They're not in this number.
Well, I'm looking at the benefits down below, right, or the insurance.
Oh, right here?
Yeah.
Yes. Right, I don't know what your actuals are here, so this, we have to put over the
So we'll
actuals. are.
have, okay.
So,
Well, that's not gonna be, that doesn't include the benefits,
well, benefits are here,
right, and
Right.
just cash is there.
right, but so is this number incorrect?
What did we agreed on, it was total. What was, I'd have to look.
566 or something, very close to it.
Yeah, I don't
Did you
know,
Base it out hourly?
off the hourly, yes.
But are you gonna do the same thing there that you did with everybody else and do the 3% increase? Or are you just saying that I'm getting insurance and that's my raise?
Well, 3% is cost of living, that's across the board.
But where is it? That's what she's saying, I guess, yeah.
It's not,
It didn't
So-
it's not in here currently, but I don't know, the
Okay.
75 was a placeholder I put in there.
Right.
Yeah, hang on. That should be 68, 557.
And if we're gonna do this, like, everybody else.
Well, I mean, I don't wanna be that guy, but it's a new year, new role, new full-time position, is that? I mean,
Have you done the COI yet? Cause the COI hasn't you haven't put the COI, you've talked about it at a budget meeting, but you haven't put the.
No, it
Not
has nothing to
COI.
do with that, I'm talking about just the cost of living, because continue, sorry.
We budgeted, you talked about having a 3% cost of living increase, but that's not been implemented yet. But when you do implement it, that's gonna be, you can't pick and choose, you're gonna have to do that across the board for everybody.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's not budget figured in here then.
I just put it in there.
Okay,
So what I've done
For
for all the
that one
salaries,
Yeah.
for every salary that's in there, I have a multiplier of 1.03.
oh, okay, all right.
Cause you guys talked about a 3% and a 4%, so that way I could easily go in and just make it 4% or 3.5 or whatever you want to do. I can make it.
But if a person only works in the position part of the year, do they get a cost of living increase the following year if they haven't been in the position a full 12 months? I don't even know if we have that in here or not. And again, I don't know, I'm just asking, like in our company, they have to be in the position a full 12 months.
To get a cost of living increase?
If they started, well, think about it, they started in October, then January hits, they get a cost of living increase, or, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I've never seen it done that way, but. I mean, usually a cost of living increase is basically you're saying that the cost of living is increased. So you're trying to keep the inflation rate so people aren't losing money, they're making the same money they made last year.
Yeah,
But if
So-
you hired them on December 15th, then January 1, they get a cost of living increase?
Yes,
If it's across, if you're doing it across the board, yes. But
Technically cause the firemen won't be here. A full year either. Will we be getting the cost of living?
Yeah, we should absolutely budget for it. I just think it's a question we should ask, because we're probably, as departments grow, we should probably have something around that speaks to that. Because you hire someone the last week of December, you can't tell me that they're gonna get a cost of living increase when January 1 hits. Just because it's January 1.
Well, you haven't technically put it in place yet.
yeah.
We have it as a placeholder, but you haven't put anything.
No, I know, I'm just talking through the
That's up to you
thinking
guys.
of, yeah.
I mean, it's whenever you guys voted through, that's when she'll. Bookkeeping will put it in, but you haven't voted anything through, so.
They haven't voted it through, it's not going in and,
Right now, it's just a placeholder.
yeah,
Well, actually, yeah, the community needs to vote it through.
Well, no, you're gonna have to budget it, cause you're
Yep.
not gonna do it.
Absolutely budget it, yes.
So. So otherwise, so I don't know if this is based off of, so this all just corrected itself.
corrected itself.
Yeah, because I have it all as a multiplier, so this is your total cost right there. Loaded, which is about right. So. Assistant treasurer,
Assistant treasurer?
at least I've had one.
Well, if we had assistant treasurer, we wouldn't be in the audit situation we're in.
Yes, you're right. So that's not something that we plan on filling.
Yeah, I mean, how can we even speak to that when we don't even know what the full budget is right now, or how?
Just put it out there, so.
I think we went from having a part-time
What did you
treasurer
say?
last year working
I just
20
said-
hours a week. And this
So the work-
new year, we're gonna put forth a full-time treasurer. I think it would be irresponsible of us to go to the community and say, not only are we adding a full-time treasurer, we're gonna also add a assistant as well.
It's not a huge number, because typically it's been somebody in-house, and I think,
Yeah,
so
it's
this
usually
past
been-
number was $250.
It's usually been the clerk or the administrator.
And I
Right,
never got paid for
and it couldn't be the
That's what I'm
clerk,
saying, it's just an additional duty.
right,
Well,
well, it
if it's
can't
an
be the
additional
administrator,
duty, then why do we assign a cost to it?
because they got a stipend for doing it, basically, in the past.
But what is it that they're doing? There's no
It's what the
job
budget,
description.
it's,
it. Technically, the assistant treasurer would do the stuff with Selectboard. not-
right, exactly. So we already have that role to be
But they
done.
could sign checks, right, when they weren't here. That was the other thing, so, anyway, just throwing it out there. treasure miscellaneous expense, I don't even know. You were gonna look into what that even ended up being or why that was there.
Okay,
Um. Collector fees, that's based on the numbers up above. Postage, elections, town plans, so the postage is increased and the postage went up. Same with printing and publishing. The rest of the stuff is all, I mean, based on pricing, so. Technology services. I've lowered down the computer hardware because we brought most of it in. I've left $5,000 in there to cover. He, there's 2 firewalls that I know he wants to do, but before we order them, I'd like him to at least go through the fire department and see what else he might need. He might want to hold off on that to do other things, because he's not really looked at the fire yet. And I'm waiting for a number from the fire department to know what we might be able to move back in here from their budget.
And we should include the fire department in those conversations, yeah?
Yeah, I've asked Keith to come back to me. He has a line item for
Sure.
IT. I've asked him to at least.
Well, I mean, with whatever the firewall and whatever, like, if we're gonna integrate, then they should be a part of that.
Right. Right. Well, yeah, but he hasn't even looked at what they need over there,
Yeah.
so. This is based off of what we have for all the software licenses throughout the town. Those are web services, that's our total website package. Security, this is for the monitoring, and then we have IT labor. Actually, they're missing one item in here, which is security, new security. Oh, wonder how we can do.
Where did you have our cleaning? Our cleaning budget?
contracted services.
Yeah, it's broken out.
Yeah, security is above that, but
Cause we did get a new,
see that line above, what you're typing.
Yeah, no, this is securing, this needs
We
to
did
say
get a
security
new-
monitoring.
from another company.
I got you.
I know this one is 2,500.
But there-
actually.
Oh,
It's an extra camera and then
Oh,
the
that
camera
defeats the
for
purpose.
here.
I didn't know what you want cleaning, they might do a little bit more.
Public Works.
I want my truck cleaned.
We'll see that.
Here, Public Works.
That's what I
So
do
here's their
the
salaries.
weekend
This
in
has
here.
all been added based off of those salaries.
Who's in that salary?
Yeah, so that's gonna be, basically your Public Works Director and your part-time summer.
Part-time summer?
Yeah.
We don't have that broken out though.
I don't have that one broken out here, I'd have to call
I
that.
thought we had, one of the sheets.
Yeah, I thought
The
it was
salary
broken out
sheet,
here.
did you get that salary?
Yeah,
sheet
cause we
done to
should,
give it to
people
you?
ask us, we should have a breakdown of all, I think
Yeah.
it
We'll
was
make sure
something that.
that, we'll make sure that those numbers correspond with what's on that salary sheet.
Yeah, I know it was, I don't know why it's not there now.
Mhm.
Let's see.
Yeah, we were still checking to see if the town beach utilities included Fidium, I don't know if we got that answer or not.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't before.
Do we have Fidium in town?
Yeah,
Yeah, we-
they're at the beach.
Yeah, but all the way through town?
No,
No,
No, I haven't.
yeah.
I've been
it's
pushing Nick's
amazing.
old coworkers.
I told you.
I noticed Fairfax and, Milton, just.
How much does that go for a month?
Oh, it's pretty
You
cheap.
get like a gig speed for like $70.
I got 2 gigs.
2
for under
gigs,
100
right?
bucks.
Yeah.
It's under $100 for 2
Yeah,
gigs.
$90 or $95 for 2 gigs.
It's super cheap.
symmetrical.
I really want to get
Yeah.
that Xfinity.
It's amazing.
It's awesome.
I've actually, I have
They're
a,
rather
I have a
sucks,
Facebook page.
Oh, I know you got that, I
Fairfax,
have a TP. link.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I
their
had 3
person is
people-
on
I
it
had
and
3
It goes
people
down
leave
Ethan
it
Allen
last
Road,
week.
highway, right?
Yeah.
It goes down the Ethan Allen Highway, right?
it stops up there though.
Yeah, it just doesn't reach the plane,
Alright,
Plains Road.
so. This one, I don't know if we've got an answer on this one. I think they're still, the library utilities,
Why was that? Do we know why that jacked up?
Well, I
Yeah,
think
they were
Todd-
using
They
the
were
heat
thinking
pumps.
they were using the heat
Oh,
pump
heat pumps,
exclusively.
Yeah, that's right.
The boiler was off or blower was off.
The bill for this month is very similar to the other one. I
Is
looked
it
at
really?
today. Yeah,
Well, yeah, because they.
Well, it's not gonna impact it until, cause they just shut it
Oh,
off
just shut it
a week or two.
Yeah,
And are they still doing are they reading every month now, or they used to like read every other month, so the next month was like.
Oh, an
An
estimate?
estimate,
Oh, really?
yeah.
yeah,
What?
they're cutting costs too.
That is ridiculous.
And then
I
they,
think you're gonna use this.
yeah, and then the next month, then
They'll do
like.
it.
so do we get a credit when they're wrong?
Yeah,
They've been doing that for a while.
yeah,
Everybody does that.
nothing here is, let's see.
Yeah, it's all straight.
Yeah, building maintenance, of course, the.
New
brought in
highway
a sheet
building
in
maintenance.
there. Town hall building maintenance, we went over this one, so these are pretty straightforward. So here's the janitorial supply services,
That's just supplies.
that's just supplies.
So what
Then
about
we have
the
janitorial
new
salaries.
highway building maintenance? Oh, that's just good. The one that says 142%.
Cause they didn't have anything budgeted for maintenance.
Yeah, last year
So that's why
was,
stuff's not.
yeah, last year was the first year, the brand new.
Oh, that $21,000 that's sitting there,
Yeah,
that's there because that's where the last payment to the new garage got put, the $21,000.
okay. Okay. All right.
And then, so down here, we broke out janitorial salary, which is the salary for the person at the garage, and then the janitorial services,
Nice.
so.
Further transparency, I like it.
Public safety. I mean, these numbers, I think we've just gotten in, right, so I think everything here is pretty good. This
Unless
one's,
you wanna increase their salaries.
ooh,
What?
What, law
Sorry,
enforcement and,
Constables, health officer. Or you want me
Well-
to say
I don't even know who it is or what they do.
Jamie and Kevin Webster?
Right.
Kevin Webster does tax and, well, he gets taxes, but they really don't. Yeah.
I mean, he stands there
If we
at
have
the
a-
ballot box, right?
What about the emergency medical service? I mean, it's my fault, but is that 82 the accurate number for Fairfax?
Oh, I
well, it's
don't
gonna be
know.
a
Not
combination,
Fairfax,
it's
no.
gonna be
Oh,
a,
6 months, okay, I
it's
got it
gonna
in
be
July.
6 and 6, yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
What about the dispatching service? We also know it was 59,000 and now it's gonna be 62.
That's what you
Yeah.
approved earlier.
Yeah, that was the number we looked at earlier. That's a normal, them just going up, but we should look at that next year, definitely. To see if there's another option. There is no option?
Well, so to be fair, there is, so during the, St. Albans Night Out, I actually talked to Chief Lamoth.
Okay,
And they have a contract with the town now, right? So they wanna figure out what policing is for a city and town. Once they figure that out, there might be more options for them to, support us more. And if that's the case, maybe we can talk on that and combine policing and dispatching. So, but that's obviously not now.
Well, and we've had a similar conversation with Milton in the past.
Yeah.
The problem is they can't find officers.
No, true, and that was the big thing, the St. Albans just wants to make sure they're in a good position with the town before they take any other contracts, yeah.
And did you guys see the article on the dispatching services? Where it's run out of? It's like a trailer sitting on the side and it's like falling apart. There was like a whole article about that.
Really?
911 in Franklin County.
Mhm.
Yeah,
and that's who we pay?
yeah.
Holy
Yeah.
God.
I mean, I guess the trailer's like falling apart. Yeah, it's like in a bad way.
Where's the trailer? By the
Up in
police
the
station?
hill. It's up by the golf ball there.
Oh, really? Hmm.
It was like all sorts of.
Really, that's a crazy spot.
Yeah, well, they need the antenna space, I'm guessing, in order to get the broadcast. Animal control services, this is pretty straightforward. Health officer, this is. Really isn't a lot here. So. there's basically 2 people that get paid out of that. And their benefits and any expenses if they have them. So they're more placeholders, we haven't really had much for expenses there. Fire rescue. So this one here's got these numbers in it, so obviously that's increased. There's OT labor, which. But,
Keith wanted $5,000 in there
yeah,
for Rob.
Yeah, that's what if he's worked his weekman. If he had to stay for a call or training or,
you know, if we had a flooding event or anything that you might need, I mean, it's not bad to have it in there.
Computer office supply,
Enrollment,
20-40%.
Well, that's the one I have Keith looking at. What I don't, so he was saying that, well, I guess the iPads are in here, but then you said the iPads were somewhere else. Or the iPads are in here? I thought he told me the iPads were in this number. To put iPads in all the trucks,
Okay,
so. I'm asking for a breakout on that number and I haven't seen it yet. Cause that's the one where we'll pull any extra money, we'll put into the IT budget line item to cover that, so,
Yeah, and we did ask Keith to be here next Wednesday,
okay.
just so if there's any lingering questions from him, we can get it addressed in that meeting and be done with it.
Okay, I mean, nothing else really, the only other one is this one, turnout gear.
Yeah, I was looking at that one, like, is that one, they don't have to turn out, they have to do that after every big fire or every chemical?
Yeah, I think there's always so long that you can do them.
Can we mark that so we can ask Keith about that? I mean, because
I
if it's
think
not
we
in every,
explained that.
if it's not an every
Yeah.
year thing,
I think they
then,
rotate it through they buy some this year for certain. Firemen, then they buy some next year for certain, so I think they're rotating it,
I think it's like
Yeah, I think he
$11,000.
explained that when he
Yeah.
explained the budget.
yeah.
yeah, he did.
And it wouldn't be bad if they have, you know, if you've got these on a rotation like that, if we had a schedule that the
Like our
administrator
computers.
has, so that you know what's upcoming
Mhm.
and going through, I mean, everybody work together on that stuff.
Mhm.
Kind of like the computer, you know, we have a computer one like that. The assessor, that's all pretty well set. You guys,
Contract.
you've approved the contract, so.
What's it mean, do it in Limerick? I mean, there's 10,000, that isn't in there yet, is that what I mean?
For what?
Interest
on
on fire debt, okay.
Yeah, that's not, there's a NEMRIC adjustment in that we have to do, so. It's because there's, just like the other ones, the interest on the loan payments,
Yeah.
this is
okay.
the interest on these loan payments, basically,
Okay.
the interest that's left. Most of their stuff, except for the pumper tankers, the only thing that's newer, I think the ladder truck.
Mhm.
The ladder truck's a few years old, I don't have any more years on that one. And you have it. So this is gonna be the other question that's gonna come up, and this is gonna be in both of these. Right now, so this, by breaking this out, we found something, and it shows up glaring in the fire department one. So we've always put $100,000 in to cover, because the payments were coming out of those accounts.
Okay,
So we switched that, remember we had that conversation where now we just put the payments in their expenses and leave the reserve to be just funded as a savings account. Well, when we put the money in here for the payments, the money, the $100,000 that would have been going in here is short $8,306
for which one?
for this fire department. So,
They still have a truck to sell.
okay, but you're not, so the 100,000 is that you were budgeting to put in, doesn't even cover the payments that it was made.
So perfect example of what we should bring up next Wednesday.
Right,
which
this
he
is
just
why,
did.
this is why these should be in here, because there was no way for us to see that before, because it
Okay.
was all in loans.
Okay,
And you wouldn't really had to do like a bunch of
Sure.
calculations to try to figure that out. This way you can see it right away. Because what I did was I left 100,000 in here, which is what you budgeted,
mhm,
and I subtracted what we added. And now you're seeing what the difference is. So now what you have to figure out is, what do you wanna put in the reserve accounts? So you know you have to put another 8,000 in just
To make
to
it,
make it even.
just to make it even, not even to make the payment, right?
Right, right, but I know he's looking to wanna get on a schedule to purchase another truck. That's where, how are you gonna fund that?
Well, and that was, we even talked to him about that the other night too, Shannon and I, because the challenge is the cost of those vehicles continues to go up. But the amount that goes in those accounts continues to stay stagnant, right?
Well, it hasn't even stayed stagnant, it's,
Well,
Because
it's
where you're-
underfunded, yeah.
right,
And you're,
it's non-existent at this
yeah,
point,
yeah, actually, technically, you're right, you're not even funding, you're
Right.
basically just using it as a checking account.
Right,
You're making payments out of it as
Right.
soon as it goes in. And we have that problem with the town.
highway's the same
Yeah,
boat, when I get down
exactly.
there, when we get to highway, you'll see the same thing. I
Yeah,
think there's only like 25,000 left.
did we ever get a response from Todd on how he felt about the potential of waiting 2 years and getting a new truck versus?
We had the conversation, he wasn't,
he still wants to know.
he wants the
because he's
truck
got
now
90
and a new truck in 2 years.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
Cause he's got $90,000 in his budget,
Well,
so he
the
wants
point
to know,
is,
is that gonna go back in his budget?
the idea is that money would go into the reserve account, right? Would that, I mean, it could, unless. I mean, the idea would be to fund him so we can get him on a schedule to buy a new vehicle. We keep buying these used ones.
Right. The problem is a lot of the money that's left over is salary money that you didn't spend.
Mhm.
And now it's hard to take
It's down.
salary money and put it into a different line item.
Yeah.
You just didn't spend it, you know, you were using it for
So
salary.
he doesn't have, but he does have something in the reserve to buy a truck though. I thought, didn't he have money left over?
Well,
Am I imagining this?
We'll get there,
Okay,
but.
yeah, so maybe he needs to be invited to next week's meeting too then, because this new way that we're doing this, I think they might need to see this.
Right,
I was hoping we'd have some clarity from the fire department and,
Well, and technically, they've all been invited to every budget meeting,
Yeah.
knowing there's gonna be cuts.
right,
Yeah, but unless, you're specifically talking about their budget, a lot of these meetings have been so all over the place, I wouldn't have wanted to attend. Unless I knew we were gonna talk about my stuff. You know,
so the other one here to talk about is this first response money to reserve. Since they're together now. They're not separate anymore, I don't know why you would keep it separate. Unless there's a reason that I don't know, but they used to be separate, there used to be first response budget and the fire department budget, and then they combined the two departments.
so we should put them
So-
together.
That would be my thought, unless
Yep.
there's a reason why we
Well,
don't,
it's a
I mean, there's not a
question.
lot going in there, it just seems odd that we're putting money in there, so.
well, okay,
What,
you're putting impact fees in there too,
right, I know, we're putting impact fees into that category as well,
yeah?
so. But they're one department,
Hmm,
but we'll have to look at what they're spending that on, because it did get spent. So, I don't know what they're spending it on. It showed they had 1,000 and they spent 1,000.
okay. No, it went to the reserve,
All right, money to reserve, sorry.
Yeah.
That's right.
yes, I did do that transfer.
So if they have $8,000 sitting there, that might help. So that's the big question to ask on this one, is what you wanna do, and then you're gonna have the same problem down below. Regional. County tax,
County taxes. I have that new figure.
okay,
So this is, just an estimate until it's finalized at their January 11th meeting, but I don't envision too much changing, so $70,220.97.
Wow. The number, that 0.02, that point number is getting lower.
Yeah.
Yeah, so again, that won't be finalized till January 11th.
Northwest Regional Chamber, I think that. Do we get it on the, do we got anything from them?
It's no, Northwest Solid Waste District.
Yeah, I don't have that one in here.
Northwest Solid Waste District is 62.99.
62.99.
Yeah.
Would it be under the other dues?
Number some.
I think it's under appropriations, even though we have to
Yeah,
pay
it
it.
is under appropriations, I believe.
Why do we have to pay it every year?
It's
There.
it's kind of our fee for the town residents to use the facility at a discount.
Yeah.
Here's another one to look at, pool, recreation pool,
How much got used?
just under $2,000.
But when was the last time that was settled?
Right, we haven't got an invoice yet for this last time, because we have given out some more tickets over vacation.
How long? That was started as a COVID sort of thing, right?
Well,
No, it was a recreation.
Yeah.
They were saying all was rec.
Recreation in the town, so I
Because,
still think we should fund it, but not as much as 18 grand. Keep in mind, the prior year we went over.
Okay, but we went over, but previously when it was put in place,
There was no
there was nothing
regulations.
regulation. So we had heard stories about everybody and their brother from every town using, just saying they were a Georgia resident. But we had no way of knowing if that was true. You guys really only limited it to the pool.
Yeah.
You took out the daycare portion, which still doesn't even make
Lots
up
of
that
camps.
difference.
I almost think we should cut it down to like 10 grand. You know,
What does it look like if we do?
I mean, it's not gonna move the needle much,
No.
just, but it helps. It's 8 grand more to the positive, you know, it just helps us a little
The
bit.
immediate question
I
before.
mean, it gets that number down to 5%.
but I think we
No,
should
that's-
keep going.
Now,
Yeah, no, of course, we want
Yeah.
to see what the entire budget looks like.
Well, that, but also if we can get that red number up there as low as possible, and then Nemrick can't push it back up to 105, then we're in good shape.
yeah, cause then you're looking at a 5% increase over the entire
What
budget.
number you're looking at?
The one, the
pink
red
one right
highlight,
there,
yeah,
Yeah, right there.
that's our magic
that's-
number.
So that, yeah, basically that's the entire budget. An increase compared to last year, which honestly, right now, a 4.72% is not that bad.
No, but if we put all this stuff in Nemrick and it bubbles it up again, then we have to do this again.
And also, you gotta remember too, that is also technically not realistic, because we are funding much of the paving through ARPA money,
Right.
which means next year you're gonna see a big increase.
Oh, yeah,
And you're not,
but,
you're not funding the reserve account.
And you're not funding the reserve accounts, which we
Right, yeah.
may want to do.
I think we're kind of to the point where we're just doing what we can.
Right.
Yeah,
And that's how it is every year, right? Like,
Right.
we,
It just
money's
sucks,
going
though.
down, but the money coming in is going down, but the money going out is going up.
Yeah.
So here's the
I think
library.
The greenbacker scenarios.
You said library?
Yeah, this is library. Basically, I mean, it is what it is.
I'm gonna tell you that's an unrealistic budget and we
Yeah.
can move on.
Yeah,
I
I'd
mean,
say-
you can see all the zeros and division by zeros. I
Okay.
mean, basically in the 5% budget they gave us, they funded salaries and nothing else in the library. I don't know how realistic that
That's-
is. So-
Because they're saying that they don't have enough money yeah, so go down, what's their number then, where are they at?
Well, this number right here, because I think this number, the salary number is different than what they had in their budget, because we took actual salary numbers.
Yes,
We've gotta get this populated though, because we gotta be able to,
Well, that's,
do they have $17,000 to put back into this? Cause I remember the last time we said they did, but you said hold off on telling them that, cause you wanted to work with,
yeah,
Somebody told them that.
well,
They're gonna use
we were
impact
talking
fees
about
is
that.
what I was
this
understanding.
year they're using impact fees and grants,
Okay,
okay?
This year as in
Here-
2024.
I think your
Is how many
conversation
years?
went around in circles, because the email you sent me, I think they were talking about this year's and you were talking about next year's, because you had our spreadsheet snapshot in there. And I think it was, I read through the email and I'm like, I think you guys are both talking about two totally different
My
things.
understanding, they were gonna take their impact fees to offset the expenses that they paid on their books in 2023,
Right,
to offset that budget.
and that is gonna drain the impact fees that they have available.
Okay, but still though, their number is at 91% and everyone
Yeah, so
else's
yeah.
budget is around 120%. So it would seem realistic that we would add more to this, right? Because that's what we talked about last time. The last time we were all sitting at the table, we said they have it, we figured out the number. It was about $17,000 that they could add into this in other places in their budget. But you told me to hold off until you worked with Bob.
Right,
But we haven't, that nothing's changed here, so do we
Bob
now,
also has not been available,
okay,
so.
can we now go back to them? And let them know, hey, where would you like that $17,000 to be put?
After all the wrangling we've gone through, hard to imagine there's 17,000.
Well, they're at 91% of budget right now,
Where's the
So,
spreadsheet I gave you?
you're all looking at the same numbers that I am.
No, 17,000 gets them at 5%.
Exactly,
What did you enter?
I entered some of those numbers before you came in and then gave it to you.
so this is the same exact spreadsheet that we looked at a week ago, that we said, hold off.
Right, and you sent this to them.
I did send this to them, but I sent this to them because, and I didn't talk to them about adding 17 grand, I just said something about impact fees, because again, that's what was mentioned here at the table, that they still had money that they hadn't spent this year at all.
Somebody said something about 17 grand, so I thought I saw an email from Bridget or somebody.
Yeah,
I know,
I
I
may
did
have.
mention the 17 grand, and that's where I think the conversation went like round and round as far as what you were talking about.
Okay, so the budget I have here with the numbers that were put in, I had them at 106.10.
Yeah, but that was before they stripped everything out. They stripped,
106.10 for what?
For the library.
At the bottom?
Yep.
yeah,
I've got them at
So this is
127.04.
based on the numbers that Bob sent in on that sheet. I entered some of these in before I gave it to you. This is a different spreadsheet than
yes,
what we're working on. This is the one I updated with the library stuff that Bob sent, but we still needed other figures.
okay,
To
so
come
can you
in
give
here.
that to, can you give that to him then, so we can
So,
populate
cause I
those?
had the salaries at 85,388, but you said the original, so that number would stay the same.
This number is based right on the salaries.
Okay.
Right, okay, so
Okay.
that would stay the same, but then your, so social security,
That would
Is
be
that in there?
populated by your salaries.
okay, so cause I had
And I
entered
don't
in the
have-
numbers that Bob
They
had
didn't,
there.
all I put in here were the numbers they gave us, so those
Right,
numbers
well,
are.
he gave me 6681 for social security.
Well, we know what that percentage is. Hold on, let me pull the right percentage. Cause I have it up here.
7.65.
Is that what it is? No. It's these two added together, right? It's probably right. $69.54,
Okay,
retirement,
and he had 7461.
let me just make sure here.
Should be 8.5.
Yes.
That's where a lot of that 17 is, I guess, right?
Yeah, probably.
Well, and then their health insurance.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be all of that though. It's only gonna be a portion of that, right? Because one of them is not in
Right.
retirement. So this is actually gonna be.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I did send, yeah, on the 22nd of December.
0.05. Okay,
Okay, and then health insurance is gonna be 21,736.
what is it monthly? Do you know the number monthly? You just
Do you
did it.
have that sheet that I?
I do, it's right here,
Got
Cheryl.
it?
Yeah, cause I think the,
2185.90.
2185. Oh, that's the whole.
But the town portion is 1670.17. 1670.17.
Okay,
Then you have dental insurance,
hold on, HRA funding's 1,200, right?
1250.
1250.
so if you're updating a different document than this, how do we know we're looking at about accurate, the same numbers? Cause it sounds like you're updating this one, but he's updating that one.
Well, this one I updated right after the meeting when we got Bob's thing.
Okay,
April wasn't here, and then I saved it. But apparently it didn't pull up right on that one. Because I saved it on our working grand list, but these are the numbers. Remember I talked to you and I said I was inputting it now? And then April came in, so I handed it off to her.
Okay.
But these are the numbers that Bob had sent on an email.
Yeah.
That he gave us, and then we have,
I have the dental in here.
okay,
That's the 3706.
700 in library supplies.
That's the 700.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Adult books, $4,700.
Okay.
Children's books, 1755.
okay,
No periodicals, audiovisual, nothing. Adult books, 250.
okay.
Library, interlibrary loan, 1524.
So we're going down.
Mhm.
Okay,
Library online electronics, 3,500.
okay,
Library copier lease, 1250. Technical support, 500. Library training
I don't know how they can do
workshop,
that, we couldn't do that. Sorry.
yeah, they use this very simple guy, they said that, because we tried to talk them into using.
Green Mountain Geek,
Yeah, they use Green Mountain Geek for a couple little things here or there.
except for the last bill he gave him was over $500, so.
Yep.
yeah.
Exactly, 586.
But,
Mhm.
yeah,
Alright.
We're not gonna go there.
Okay, the
Nope.
library educational programs,
Yeah,
$1,000.
Okay.
Library purchase current year, $600.
okay,
Library to reserve fund, no, let me see.
They aren't gonna
Library-
have $600. Put
Library
zero there,
equipment
please.
repair is 750.
yeah,
yeah, they're going in the wrong direction.
Did you hear me, Doug?
yeah, I didn't put any money in reserve.
Yeah, but I think
No,
their
no,
salary line is
the
different on this
impact
one,
fees.
that one.
They're
though, right?
spending them all.
Yeah, that's the actual salary. This is what Bob had given me, so the number that they have in there, the 90,000 is the actual as
But what was this one?
85,380.
Yeah, so the problem with that is they think it's only 85,000 in salaries, but it's actually 90,000, right?
Yeah.
So we need to obviously show them that, because they're gonna have to pull some out of their budget now.
Yeah, so that's what
Library
I,
miscellaneous expense, where you, did you have $100 still?
no, that's where I have $788.
In library miscellaneous expense?
Yep. That's mine.
Well, we're essentially,
Yeah, cause they went from 100 to 578 to 300, now to 788.
Okay.
But
So,
in all fairness, all the other departments are at 120 right now.
so that's what I have.
Okay,
Alright, so that's their actual numbers then,
yeah,
as real as they're gonna get.
So they're
108.
3.79% over.
Yeah, well, yeah, but every department, I mean, you look at some of the other departments, they're at 120,
No, I know.
so.
Well, it's overall, right? So we're just trying
Yeah.
to make that overall top
well,
number.
this number is really, actually, it's gonna be this, yes, so that number should be fine.
So unless they correct us, we're going to the mattress with that.
Well, yeah, I mean, we can screenshot it and say, hey, this is what we come up with. The only difference is really the salary line compared to what Bob gave her. It's about $5,000 off. You shave that off and you got your 105, but we'll leave it as is. We're still at 5% overall. All right,
So from here, oh, we still got some room.
yeah,
to
we
go.
got some more to,
Yeah.
yeah, let's just look through the rest.
So benefits, basically, everything here is really coming out because we moved it, except for unemployment and workers' comp. Those are the only two things that'll stay in here, because that's across the board for everybody. So it's not broken out by department.
Okay.
So, that's why that number's changed. Conservation. Once again, here you are.
Wait, so that transfer to reserve, we're giving them. Part of the ARPA money was 10 grand to the reserve. So can we cut that down to 10?
You can't take ARPA money and put it into the reserve.
Can't do that.
yeah, remember, this was just sort of off the top of my head. I'm giving people some money from ARPA. And at that meeting, I was told you can't do it. I think April told me you couldn't just put it into a reserve. So that's still a question mark on that 10 grand.
Give me a
Although
second.
something I saw today, or something I read today. Did you read the VLCT stuff that came out today about that? Something about funding your budget with the ARPA money, but then then you would end up with a fund balance that is no longer ARPA.
I haven't read
They
it.
want you
That,
to,
I understand what you're saying. You put all that ARPA money into your budget. And that budget money is no longer ARPA, so you can use it for whatever you want.
right, it ends up in your fund reserve.
Yeah.
But it's because they're trying to get everybody to use that money by March. They're pushing that March for some reason. They must know something. But they're trying to get everybody to use their money up as fast as possible. So,
Yeah, we should.
That's dirty.
Oh, better than not having it.
We don't wanna lose it.
Alright,
so once again, conservation, I don't know what you wanna do, if you wanna do something there or not.
Well, I mean, that's a lot, right?
Yeah, they're,
They asked for 20. And then, as I say, we thought we could do something with ARPA, but up to this point, we've been told we can't put it in reserve, so we can't use ARPA in there.
What if you cut it down to the 10?
That's what would be my suggestion.
And then cause originally they went from 10 to 5, now they're up to 20.
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
So if you
so,
bring it down to 10,
yeah, let's see what
There's
10,
still five.
yeah, what's 10 look like? You're funding quite a bit. Well, in
So you-
comparison to previous years at least.
Right, I mean. That money you're putting money into an account to pull out of your grand list, is basically what you're doing. In a nutshell, I mean, I know you're trying to save lands, but you're basically pulling money out of your grand list as well. So,
So what's your goal?
that's conservation goal.
No, what is your goal?
Well, we cut it down.
We'll let Carl tell Ken.
Yeah,
That was the only reason he was.
yep.
My job, it's okay.
Yeah.
You're being sacrificed.
Aren't you a director on that board or something?
15,000 puts them at 100, puts them at 2%, let's do 12,000.
That's a wicked drop.
Hey, that's not bad,
But yeah,
that's not bad. Hey, it's not 5 grand, it's 13 grand, it's not 20,
Yeah.
it's not 5, it's 13.
right, we remind them it's not 5.
It's not 5, it's gone up 260% compared to last year,
Yeah.
so. Let's focus on that number, Ken. I'm just joking, I'm joking.
He's gonna look at the,
I'm joking.
You know he
knows
is.
I'm joking.
Let's keep going, guys. I gotta get out of here.
So. Basically here.
We're burning the midnight, we're here till midnight, what are you talking about?
You coming to do chores after that?
I got my own chores in my house too.
You coming for 2.5 hours?
This is what you signed up for. You took, this is what you signed up for. Welcome to the.
Yeah.
Wait hours.
Their budget is 110, right? 112. Yeah, I thought you said everything was 120 or something, you know.
Well, as we were going down through them, yeah, well, this one it was, but you guys pulled out
Yeah,
all this money up here. I didn't know.
okay, all right.
So, here basically, you're looking at the same
Jobs
thing.
And the chores.
The difference here you're looking at is your equipment to reserve. Once you fund everything here, you've got 60,000 left in his to go towards another future truck. So if you put another 40 in there, then you're getting to that truck in a few years that you don't have. So, or fund it to a point to get them there in 2 years.
Yeah.
Have we transferred any of the money into the reserve funds?
Yeah.
For this year?
Hope so, since January.
No, well, I just figured, oh, we reserved it.
Do we need April here for anything? 'Cause we can cut her loose unless we have anything pressing, cause
Yeah,
What is I mean, yeah.
I think we're good. I
The-
think, yeah, we're good. Anything here, they can update you if we make any drastic.
Can you
decisions.
save that to that flash drive?
Yeah, that's where it's gonna go. I can't save it anywhere else from here, so it's gonna go.
Can you save it? Oh, I can't take the flash drive with me, can I?
Nope, not gonna save it. I can put another,
Well, I have another flash drive. I bought extra.
Well, no, because we're gonna make more changes, so. it
Well,
doesn't
and
make sense
also-
for her to take.
And I would love this to go on SharePoint so I can look at it.
Well, you can't do it from here.
I understand that.
I
I'll make
was
this,
looking for it last week. I'm like, why isn't this
Yeah.
computer connected to SharePoint?
yeah, we're working on that. I had a conversation with Matt today, so.
So what are those red numbers over there? Are those half of what's there? No?
April, cut loose. We're good. There's
I
nothing
don't know what
else.
those
Yeah, we're
red
good.
numbers are, actually. I
You
didn't
gotta
put those
drive
in.
anyway.
Yeah.
You gotta drive ahead of you.
I do.
With
I don't
a
know.
broken,
With
which
a-
one is it? Which digit? There you go.
thank you.
It exploded.
Oh,
Oh, man.
yeah.
So if you wanna get them,
Flat finger.
No, we're just gonna,
If we wanted to get them to 105, is that what you're saying?
no, you'd have to get to, what did you say, 250,000 on a new truck, right?
Mhm.
In 2 years, so you'd have to fund it
All right,
out
take care.
25,000.
okay,
Have a good night.
yeah,
Hey, take care. April.
I'll
Thanks.
scratch hollows behind the ears.
So you'd have to put another 65,000 into that equipment reserve account to get in there. If you're gonna say you wanna do a new truck in 2 years, you're gonna have to fund that at 125,000 a year into the reserve.
Did we promise a new truck in 2 years?
Well, we can't promise. We could work towards it.
We can work towards
I
it,
mean, the next select board could do away with it.
yeah.
I mean, it's only as good as what we do today, as if it continues, but. So by not buying a truck this coming year, we're foregoing the spending of what, roughly 60 to 80 grand? Cause I think that's what he was expecting to spend.
That's not in this budget anywhere though.
So he has 60 grand in his reserve, which would pay by the older truck, but
Correct.
we were,
It's still 5,000 short.
yeah, but
We've got 60 grand in his reserve, but we would have to fund 125, you said?
Well, in 2
this
years,
year and next, or 2024 and 2025.
Mhm.
And where are we
But-
gonna do that out of?
Well, you do it out of the tax base, I mean, that's what you do,
Yeah.
but the thing is if you go into a new truck in 2 years, now you've got a warranty for 7 years. And then in 7 years, you sell that truck for 65,000 instead of whatever you can get for a truck that's scrap, and you're in a different cycle,
Mhm.
you know?
Yeah,
And then you start funding it at that level, now we've gotten out of this cycle of just paying off a loan and
Right,
into a cycle of actually using the reserve how it should be.
yeah, if you're gonna go to the community and say, listen, we've gotta raise taxes, here's the reasons why. We wanna get us out of this very bad cycle of buying other people's used problems, which once we get them, cause most of those people, they put very little money into them those first 5 years. They do the bare minimum, because they
They're
know
under
they're getting,
warranty.
cause and they just get rid of them,
Yeah,
and all the
that's
problems
why they do
happen
it.
at year 5 on.
Right.
Right?
Well, that's why Williston does that, once they hit,
Oh, hell yeah,
yeah.
it's the way to do it, they're brand new.
And like Todd, and Todd said, it's, when I was talking to him about it, he's like, well, this goes on the truck or that goes on the truck, it could cost me, $7 grand or 10 grand for that.
It's a
I'm like,
lot
that's
less-
still a
lot
lot less
less
than a
than-
used truck, that could still have that same problem.
Yeah.
You don't know what you're gonna have.
Yeah, it's a crapshoot, you don't know what you're buying.
So,
I mean, I love the idea of doing this, and then, yes, we are going, it means you are going to have to raise the tax base. So let's just play with the numbers, let's just say we put 125,000 in there.
right, so then you're gonna add.
what
in-
about the 60,000 that's in the reserve?
Well, I'm gonna add 65,000 to it.
No, okay.
So right now.
Can we make
it's-
a note on the side too, that we're,
Yeah,
just so we can speak to it, what that number is?
right, so basically. Basically, you are funding at 105,000. I think, hold on, I tell you, 121,000 is what you were funding. Is what he asked for, but now that's paying his loans with 60,000 left.
so am I hearing that we're considering going over 5% to make this pitch?
Yeah.
Well,
We could go as high as 10, I mean, if we really wanna
For this
put the
department.
town,
We just have to be thorough with why these
Yeah,
numbers
why
are
we're
the way
doing
they are.
yep,
but
and
what are we gonna
people-
do with the fire reserve,
well, we gotta look
putting
at
money
that,
in there, if we're already 8,000 in the hole.
yep, we gotta look at
We
that
gotta put
too.
money in there to offset that.
Do we think
Well,
we
they're
can get
already on a new truck purchase program right
Pass.
now, to be honest with you.
No, they're not.
Didn't they
Well-
just buy a new truck?
Didn't they just buy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know the way they're
Another
doing
one
it
next
is
year.
unorthodox, but they're still buying new, they're not buying used, right?
Yeah, but
No,
You don't-
our tanker truck is, or ladder truck is used.
the ladder truck is used, the tanker truck was new,
Mhm.
but you wanna get out of this cycle of making payments, because if your budget goes down. Okay, that is something that could be on the chopping block, which means you lose that completely out, and every lease is built that way, so if your budget isn't approved by the voters, that truck can go back.
And so here's my question. Do we think we can get this through the town meeting day crowd? Because
Well-
we made pitches to them before, look, this is what we wanna do, to go to the town going forward.
This is one small line item. I mean, keep in mind, last year's increase was what, 11%?
11.
So we're already less than last year.
We are, what's the total?
And what we're
We're at
doing is
777.7.
we're hitting those hot spots. People care about infrastructure.
Right? What are we
Right.
doing? We're funding the repair of a major bridge.
Hmm.
We are doing $308,000 in paving. We are getting our public works department out of the cycle of buying
So
used vehicles.
We
what you
gotta
have to
write
do to
that
back
down.
this up now, though, is right after you've done your budget, you gotta create your capital budget, which will have the truck in it.
Yeah.
That promotes the next board to know that this was the plan going forward.
And can we also mark things, that we would cut if it's not approved? So that way it doesn't take as long to go through the budget again and,
You don't really wanna do
I mean,
that. I know, we used to think that, I used to do that on the school board, we used to think that way, but then your people are like, oh, so you can already cut 5% out if you needed to.
oh, no, yeah, that's true.
Well, you're saying the bottom line right now is 107%?
7.72.
Okay, and that includes the bond of
No,
No, that doesn't.
So what bottom line are we, what magic number are we hoping to hit now that we're not hoping for?
Well, as low as possible.
Low as possible, okay.
Like if we were to put that in Nemrick, it's probably gonna hit
I don't know
110,
how
you
much
think?
it's gonna change from this, because we're putting a lot more in than I put in before.
Okay,
So I don't know if Nemrick is really gonna change that much. Because we are really calculating this
Ken
year,
sent us an email.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, that's right, the loan, that $1.5 million loan is gonna be,
Mhm.
oh, that's separate item, right?
yeah, but we're calculating social security, we're really taking a lot more time and calculating.
Yeah.
The highway, or all the salary lines, so I don't know if it's really gonna be that much.
go back down a little bit, there's one number right there. That was, like, I just saw a number that was super inflated.
No, this one, this one. They're
Go down
both-
more.
Oh, we haven't gotten there yet.
Okay.
It's appropriation.
Probably looking at the, what, 177%?
No, oh, what's that 200% one, yeah.
It's the,
Oh, it's
bucket
the truck.
is, yeah, it's,
That was another
Okay.
thing, like, to pay those off, right? Like, it's not that expensive to pay those off. Like, and that way we don't have those payments or that interest anymore.
And
lot-
a way you can
in
do
2
that is
years-
through
in
appropriation.
2 years, almost all his truck payments are gone.
Yeah, but it's only what, it's like 12, 15 grand.
It's right here. There's all your payments.
That's them, right? Okay.
Yeah. So. Well, that's your payments, that's not the total amount.
That's not the payoff.
Right, it's roughly 2 or 3 times that number, depending on where it is, where it sits, but I think it's, I wanna say 60 or 80, like off the top of my head, but don't hold me to
I
that.
still think it's bonkers that we bought a gas truck. When all of our other trucks are diesel, right? Like Todd's red truck is gas. Yeah,
So what do you want me?
So would the vehicles be considered under public works or highway?
Under highway.
Highway.
All right. So we're saying we're at 107%.
yeah,
Yeah, we're not done yet, though. We're not done yet.
Oh, we're
We're
not,
only a little over halfway done if that's.
No,
we're getting better,
we're
we're there.
good. This other stuff at the bottom is not.
Appropriations is our last one.
Yeah, appropriations is the last thing you gotta look
And
at.
this is where you can actually cut that figure if you wanted to
Yeah.
keep it.
what figure are we cutting?
Well, appropriations is
Okay.
basically the money you're giving away for most of this stuff, except for Northwest Solid Waste District and Historical Society. Really, those two are, they are what they are.
And Northwest was 62.99.
Yeah, change that.
Yeah, but and this is where a lot of towns stop doing the appropriations
Yeah.
because they just couldn't afford them in their budgets.
Yeah,
I mean, you're basically using taxpayer money to fund
Yeah.
programs, so.
Yeah, well, we cut out Northwest, what do you call it, counseling and support services last year. And that's 0 here, okay, right? Northwest Counseling and Support Services.
Well, you added in GMT back in, you added in restorative justice, you added in Vermont Family Network.
Mhm.
You added in, well, we did.
I know, but we didn't do some of those
Like
last year.
GMT is gonna run no matter what.
Right,
I agree.
I said
GMT,
GMT is gonna run no matter what, whether we fund them or not, they're still gonna make
Yeah.
that same stuff.
I mean, technically, if it comes down to raising taxes or not, those go. Like,
What does it look
I
like if we get
don't-
rid of GMT?
What?
What does it look like if we get rid of GMT?
Well, I think I think
It doesn't look very different.
it's not huge amounts, but every little bit.
Shannon had some pretty strong feelings about us not getting rid of that one, but
True.
I'm just letting you guys know.
And it doesn't seem to change much anyways, so.
Well, I mean, it is still money though, right? I mean,
Yeah.
So, but at the end of the day, we have to make sure that we're doing our due diligence for the taxpayer,
Like,
right?
we've never paid for restorative justice, we've never done Vermont Family Network, those are appropriations that we've never given before. We've done the green up. Northwest Solid Waste District, the Historical Society, Friends of Northern Lake,
Yeah. the
St.
Friends of
Albans
Northern Lake
Watershed.
too.
and Franklin County Home Health.
That's gone.
that's gone, I don't know what's coming in place
And
there.
age well, we didn't do, and we put it back in
It
this.
was taken over by the Nurses Association of Rutland, of all things, okay?
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's where we're getting services out of, right?
We're taking our services from Rutland.
Yeah, I couldn't understand why it didn't go to Chittenden County, because there's a Nurses Association.
Oh, yeah, there's so much. in-
Anyway,
right?
I asked the question, and that's the answer I got. It's coming from Rutland, but they haven't requested any money from us at this point.
So what if you want to do the Green Mountain Transportation, what if you cut down those other ones that are brand new and kept in the transportation? Put that money towards the transportation, did like
Yeah, that would- that would
$1,000
be
to
fine with me.
transportation
Yeah, that's a great idea.
and got rid of the new ones, that way,
I thought Devin was the one that about the,
what if you did the $1,000?
I mean, restorative justice, I think is something that we should give something to.
I do too. Yeah, they do good work. Doug feels.
No, I'm just, you say one and then you just trying
No,
to
I didn't
keep
say,
up.
I didn't say remove, I didn't say remove restorative justice. Who said remove?
No, I took this out and I put it back in now, so
Oh,
the GM.
they are gonna run a bus no matter what.
Yeah, no, I mean.
So what if you put
all,
$1,000 there?
I didn't say put it back in. All I said was is Shannon felt strongly about that one.
Yeah, she does.
He's not here.
But you.
I thought, but I thought, well, what I thought
I
Cheryl was just
suggested-
saying is reducing two of the other ones by amount and then putting GMT back in.
Right.
What
but
if you
those are
did the $1,000 to GMT, cut restorative justice in half, cut
Yeah.
Vermont Family Network in half?
Where is Vermont Family Network? That's the.
Because the other ones we
Right
have to
there.
leave
Mhm.
up there. What if you, that way they all get something?
Yeah.
Do you wanna do something with this, or
Which
I
one?
mean, if they're not asking for money and we don't know what's going on, we probably shouldn't
They
have
did
that.
ask.
did Age Well ask?
They don't exist anymore.
No, Age Well does.
Oh, H1 does, okay,
They
so,
do the meals. What if you cut them in half? What if you just
well, how much did they ask for?
1,100? So I
Wait,
mean,
1,100, half of that is what, Doug?
575.
550.
550.
Okay, sorry, we're broke, guys.
$25 matters.
the watershed, that's,
Poor Doug.
we
I
cut
know,
that
right?
down already.
You're doing so,
guys, just make a decision.
you're doing so good, Doug, thank you.
Okay.
Now,
Yeah.
the watershed, they were at 2,500, we did 15 last year. We upped them to 2 this year,
But that's, didn't they,
but they,
weren't we short, was that
Yeah.
them or Friends of Northern Lake Ship? Was that the one that we didn't fund because they didn't?
Yeah.
They just assumed.
Yeah,
right.
Correct.
And then, conservation actually gave them $2,000 too, so they actually ended up with more money than what conservation kicked in.
Because we didn't give them the total.
yeah.
Yeah.
Would conservation be willing to do that again?
I don't know.
It's the same money.
Oh my god, and you're totally right.
You're all right, but, yeah.
We have departments at work that say, we wanna buy this, but we don't wanna send it with the employee when they move to a different department, it's like, it's all the hospital's money, it's all their equipment,
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
it doesn't matter.
Well, it's just because they have to fight for it when it comes budget time. That's the reason why.
I mean, how often do we look at the big picture, right?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Well, let's move on from this.
All right, yeah.
That's it, this is it. This is the last one,
All right, so that puts us at under 8%.
7.65.
Okay,
That's
Let's
not,
run it through number and see what it comes back with.
It's right here.
And that's without the bond.
yeah.
That's without the bond, and
The
that's
bond is a
without,
separate article.
it is.
okay, that's without the bond, and that's still without properly funding the fire station's reserve account.
Yeah.
And there's still some library stuff we gotta figure out, right?
I think we
Is
spent a
it-
lot, I think
okay.
we're good.
Well, I think,
So here's the other thing, guys, we've gotta focus on the actual write-up stuff. So I know I threw out a couple ideas, I got some feedback from the board. Doug, I know you were away on vacation. I've looked at some of the other towns on how they did because I was looking at our write-up, the actual budget write-up, a lot of that is very. Like when I look at the actual write-up here. Where is it here?
Then you've got all my information, right, Devin? That you
I got the information that you sent me. I think I might actually need to know, what elected positions are like, for instance, did you run for clerk again? When, did you win another term for clerk this last year?
23. March
23, so I'm gonna need to report that as well.
So that was already reported.
Yeah, last year.
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't need to run again.
So, and that's
this
all
year.
gonna be in, all of that information is right in the beginning of the book,
Right, no, I have a book.
under
Oh, and
officers and duties.
Oh, I have a book in the office.
So this is, all that information is right here,
Yeah, I think that,
who served in 22, so we don't need
Oh,
that
okay.
in there, because it's all listed here.
no, I like that right up in the beginning,
Can I
which
see that?
shows, it gives a general rundown of who was elected, who stayed on, who was replaced. I think I would still like to ask the department heads to do a small write-up like they did for the last one. I would like to add a select board, annual report, not as long as what Stowe did.
Well,
No,
That's
that's what,
that's
that's,
select board highlights.
yeah,
That's what
that's
you're
what the
doing?
no, that's what you're doing.
Right, yeah,
It's, look at the,
that's what I'm saying.
You do budget highlights. and you
Nope,
do
I'm doing that,
select board highlights.
I'm doing that.
no,
Um,
select board
Well,
highlights.
it's like you're doing
He's doing
budget.
select board highlights.
So I would like
Hopefully
to,
work with Doug in April on the budget highlights,
so
which,
what I'm saying is, I like the highlights section, but I do feel it's a little bit too general on its own. I would like to add a write-up from the select board
That's
that
fine.
explains what we did over the last year.
to get it done in the time that we need it done and. we
And
need
I
to
would
review it.
still ask the department heads to put in a,
They
small
didn't.
write-up of their
The
own.
department heads didn't put the.
Department heads didn't do
Yeah,
that?
I wrote all this.
You were
Yeah,
all.
exactly.
Then what I will
Good
just
luck.
do is I will do a select board, I will do a general select board write-up.
Yep.
Okay, and Jamie, when do you wanna do the picture?
What?
If we're still doing that.
We-
That's me.
Yeah.
No, I know.
Sounds like one of my kids.
I've been thinking about
I've been
it.
waiting for the drone to come over my house.
I could, listen, I can fly from my house to Nick's house with that thing.
Nice.
Yeah, it goes,
Answer the question.
whenever, I should have came home the other day. It was nice blue skies. It was.
Well, I
Get a
just have to give
schedule.
everybody
You need to
notice.
get
it on.
Entire town, dude.
When do you wanna do it?
Seriously.
Well, we need to pick a date, cause we got people that don't work on certain days,
Yeah.
we're gonna have to come back on this.
Just tell me when. You know when they work, I don't.
Okay, you, during the day, after work, how? what-
As
oh,
later in the days, as,
Well, it can't be dark,
This is your-
it's winter
well,
time.
no, I get home when it's still daylight.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
But you gotta get everyone together, you gotta get the drone up, you gotta, I mean, you're gonna have to do it a couple hours, like. You have to get off work early, basically.
and that's,
So that's what I need to know, is what is your schedule? The rest of them I can just send out a day and say. Okay, we'll meet at-
Oh, way to go, Carl.
Nothing. It didn't spill a thing. I drank it.
broke my
We're
phone.
all running low on our batteries.
This is somebody.
yeah, just let me know. I can get out of work early and whenever, if it's like a nice day, then, I mean, I know you have to schedule it, but, whenever, honestly, whenever.
Okay, I'm gonna pick a day for next week because we gotta get this. So we can put
Sure.
a cover together, so
Yeah,
I will look at the calendar and see. Okay,
can
schedule.
I put it in black and white? Like this one?
It's gonna be this week,
So,
Next week.
next week, Thursday,
your
Friday.
other question about, so if you go into one of the people, like, I'll just take this one. You click on them, it has.
Okay, no, and that's exactly what I was looking for, cause I know that on the old page, like it showed right behind, but it's not behind our names or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the way
And
the
that's
site
fine.
is. The
I
site's
figured I was
built.
just missing it.
Yeah, it's just the way the site's built.
Trust your
Yeah.
judgment
So-
on that.
So it's in
So I gotta meet
each
with his
one
daughter
under,
Get some
like,
information.
so on this one here on the DRB,
Oh, see, you do have
It
it
doesn't
right at
matter.
the end of their names.
what do you mean?
So, under the position,
Yeah. Oh, right here on this one it is, yes. Yeah. Yeah, and it's just not, I can change it up here too, so it does the skip thing.
oh, I mean, so can we try to, when you, obviously budget is first.
Yeah,
Like, I'm not gonna I don't care, but consistency would say, make sure they all kind of reflect the same.
Yep.
But yeah, budget's first, well, this is just something I noticed and was looking for, so I didn't really see it. Is the select board under that tab?
and I don't know if I've got,
Well.
you might be, I think originally I was putting them in here.
Dedication for her,
Um,
and then the dedication to George.
Yeah,
Survey's 2026.
Yeah.
School board
Yeah,
elected
that's great.
positions, do we have a school board there too?
Her years with the town.
Wish we did.
They're not a part of the town.
I know.
It's not their
We're-
thing.
we're a
Facilitate
It's not
their
their
elections.
we're a department of the town, right?
So,
So, don't you love that? Look at that. Look at all the people that can harass you guys, but not me, Devin.
Nothing's wrong with it.
yeah, see what he did?
See what I did there, guys?
How'd you get out of that?
See what I did there?
He gave me, he harassed me until I took his phone number off the
I
website.
know, and
I was
now
like-
I'm the one that gets the phone call.
And then
I get phone
Doug's like,
calls.
well, it's common practice. to
Right,
have a phone number."
everybody has it.
And I'm like,
except for
I
you
don't
now.
care.
What if they wanna get a hold of you?
There's an email button right there. I check email all the time.
I think you only get away with that
No,
because
you
the
and the highway
rest
guys,
of us are
we'll
willing to
put you with
take
the
it.
highway guys, they don't have their phone number.
Alright, are we adjourning this lovely meeting?
Can I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second that motion. All in favor?
I,
Aye.
Carl,
Majority.
say aye.
Is Roger out here? Roll, Roger.
Where's Roger?
I left Roger home. Roger.
Roger? I walk into work every day and they just look at me and I'm like, doctor?
I love Star Wars. It is my fave.
The new one or the old one?